Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 21-40. Text Chapter 21 _ She must be a dog. In the forest of death with towering ancient trees, the cannons that were about the size of an adult's thigh shot into the air one after another, turning everything into powder. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. Heihei 168. Calm Yakushi Kabuto hides behind the tree pole and pushes the flat light mirror, and frowns at the blue and white arrow-shaped lightning beams that are meters long. Dear Kabuto, senpai, why are you hiding? The younger brother really wants to be intimate with you. Come out, what's the point of hiding? The right hand pressed under the flank, the divine light was dazzling, the vortex-shaped blue-white energy group even appeared Jinhua, and the five-color thunder and lightning squeaked and squeaked sharply. Looking at this pervert thing, Yakushi Kabuto murmured in his heart, who said that this kid can't attack from a distance, it's so stupid. After several bombardments, the main owner could not be found. The cat's flowing light in the hood dissipated the energy pressed by the tiger's claws under the ribs, touched his nose and jumped to the treetops. Since the senior doesn't want to come out, then the junior can just left. Go, where are you going? Liuman finally emerged from the strange golden barrier. Yakushi Kabuto clenched his fingers, revealing 3 silver-white scalpels between his fingers. Sharp single-use medical tools are sometimes even more dangerous than kunai. Senior, if you don't come out again, is the younger brother really gone? Take. 3 cold beams shot into his feet, and Liamong, who jumped high, saw a lot of people in front of him. Isn't junior brother looking for me? I'm here. He also pointed to the sudden appearance of Yakushi Kabuto with a cold smile on his face. Chakra scalpel. Broken gold. Punch in one palm. Yakushi Kabuto's smirk was turned into fear by the huge pain in his chest and abdomen. How can it be? How could this kid's fist be so heavy? Once mistaken by Kakashi as Tsunade Haim Chakra enhanced strength, the martial arts hit his chest. Liamong never thought that Kabuto would be so easily fooled. Senior, you really can't blame me for this, you can only blame you for being too arrogant. Now, let me go. As if the platoon leader was overwhelmed by the sea, the huge force pressed his chest and abdomen to the ground, and Yakushi Kabuto's whole face was instantly drawn into a flower. He understood that if he was really smashed, he would be half disabled even if he didn't die. Escape. Yin healing and destruction hydration technique. 2 consecutive tricks of pressing the bottom of the box. Yakushi Kabuto's body broke into blisters and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rumbling down, the Liuman who hit the ground 5 feet with his fist slowly stood up straight, feeling very tired and crooked. Encountering such an enemy who likes to hide when he hits and hits is better than encountering Lee Rock's one-strand opponent also annoying. Dear Kabuto Sr., are you a rat? Why do you always like to drill holes? Boy, I will definitely make you pay. The cat was holding the chest and abdomen with broken ribs in the grass, and Yakushi Kabuto's hands radiated a light of healing. Heihei168.com. Suddenly, there was another person in front of him. On the ground and put his head over his head, licking his face with a squinting smile. The 2 eyes were less than half a finger apart, and the startled Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly jumped out. What happened? Finding a place to recat again, dear Kabuto, senpai broke out in a cold sweat. This kid has too many ways to hide, this is not normal. What is he trying to do? Senior, it turns out you were hiding here. A small rock hit his butt, and the condescending man was completely broken. Being caught twice, Yakushi Kabuto, who knew that it was useless to hide, simply walked out and sighed while pushing his glasses. What a great strength, Hatake Liamong. You are only 12 years old this year, right? It's 12, but correct me, my surname is now Kuimu, and Kuimu Liamong. Changed last name. Yakushi Kabuto seemed surprised. Lu Meng snorted, don't you know about this? Looks like the rumors are true. How about you, are you interested in joining us? The trafficker's number 1 horseboy is indeed a crony brought out by the traffickers. Liamong, who looked up and down at Yakushi Kabuto, turned around and left, and if he stayed there and said something he shouldn't have said, it would be a big trouble. The plan can't be messed up. When borrowing chickens to lay eggs, won't the chickens be over if they don't lay eggs? Seeing Liamong turn and leave without saying a word, Yakushi Kabuto's face lost the smile. Will this obsessed boy hinder the adult's plan? After thinking about it, Kabuto decided to take a look first. Walking alone in the forest full of breath, Liamong lazily held a kiba sign in his mouth, and walked forward swayingly, walking, depressed. Nyang Exapi, the young master definitely didn't read the almanac when he came out today. I've already encountered a tough enough one just now, so how come I've come across an even tougher one? Sister Anko, won't you bring a few more people? Go away, brat. He glanced nervously at the newly recognized younger brother who suddenly appeared, and Mitarashi Anko stared at the opposite. Cold, Kun Orochimaru. Bumping into this guy has been a bloodbath for 8 lifetimes. Liamong raised his hand to say hello and turned around. Well, hello Uncle Snake, goodbye Uncle Snake. Am I allowing you to go? The unspeakable evil spirit of the figure slowly rising from the ground, looking at this trafficker who turned Doden, Earth-style, into a deification. Liamong was about to cry. Uncle Snake, if we can negotiate with the two of us, you can just pretend you didn't see me, okay? Boy, your name is really interesting. Are we related? Maybe I have it in my previous life, I'll be honest. Liamong folded his hands with sincerity, and he was full of cute childishness. Seeing this stinky boy's look of anticipation, Orochimaru slowly raised the corners of his mouth. He has been a killer all his life and a monster all his life. The most cordial name he has ever heard is the word teacher. Uncle Snake. This kid in front of him is so interesting. Do you think that you can let him go by casually clinging to relatives? Surprised by Orochimaru's increasing murderous intentions, Lu Meng smiled dryly, and slapped a brick over with a smile. Sister Anko, you withdraw first, I'll hold him back. Street Fighter Punk Kick. If all the hidden cards are revealed, and if you encounter an enemy like Orochimaru and then keep your hands, it will be tantamount to suicide. Reinforced iron bones soften muscles. Consciousness mind. Surrounded by thoughts. Liamong exploded in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru, who was surrounded by a group of blue and white clones for a good time, showed a smiling face with a full body of electric flowers, and the smiling tongue stuck out the elder. Boy, you are really making me more and more interested. Looking up and down at the golden Buddha-like glow, and then at the fluffy aura and surrounding light clusters around the flowing man's body, the heart of Orochimaru scientists gradually rose. Getting thicker. Without the same ability to recognize, no matter the blue and white thunder clones that could explode just now, or the blessing secret skills in front of him, or even the brick that appeared out of thin air, Orochimaru was interested in getting to the bottom of it. He didn't know that he had turned over all the cards in his pit and made a strange cry. Just when Orochimaru thought he was about to attack, he rushed to Anko's side, picked it up and ran. The cheap sister who was cursed was in her arms, gritted her teeth angrily, smiled at her, and shot out like an arrow. Shunpo. Dance of lightning. Air leg. Knowing that with his own strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat perverts like Orochimaru, he used all his skills to escape, and swept outwards without daring to stop for a moment. Orochimaru, who found that he couldn't catch anyone in a short time, stopped, put out Yuhi's long tongue and licked his lips. We'll meet again, boy. Sasuke can't escape, neither will you. Ah. One sneezed while fleeing. Lu Meng sniffed and turned around for a while. Sister Anko, your ghost master doesn't seem to be following. Sister Anko. Shouting twice without answering and lowering his eyes, Mitarashi Anko's eyes that could not eat people met. Little pervert, do you think you did it on purpose? Mitarashi Anko, whose pretty face turned black, squinted and smiled, tilted his head to find a place on his chest, and bit down with one mouth. Ah, you are a dog. There is no reward for a good person. Before leaving, Lu Meng wiped away tears and left, and asked Anko repeatedly, hoping that she would not reveal her strength. Good sister, you also know our business, can you? Don't mention me. You really decided to do this. Mitarashi Enko withdrew his playful smile and his expression became very serious. Liamong nodded affirmatively. I'm going to be a genin for the rest of my life. I'll just go through the exam this time, and I can find an excuse to retire after 2 years. The white lie blurted out. Liamong looked at the ground and pointed his toes. The bleak night wind blew through the green leaves. Mitarashi Enko shook his head and walked away. No matter what, my sister supports you. Just treat it as a secret for the two of us. Be careful. Before leaving, he heavily left a lip mark on his face. The hot wind hurts when the hot wind blows. Liamong more and more confirmed the previous conjecture. This cheap sister must be a dog. But what is really soft? Subconsciously, he closed his fingers and smacked his lips. After such a delay, the bad luck should have passed, right? Facing the sunset, I reminisced, and I decided to turn my eyes to the forest again, and proceed according to the previous plan. Uncle is going to make a fortune. Sheep, here I come. A few ghost horns in the quiet forest cut through the night sky. The cooing owl turned its neck crookedly, and 2 big green eyes startled Hinata. Please, Chief Secretary, can you be more courageous? Yes, I'm sorry. Nana lowered his head. The timid Hinata faced Yuhi again. Helpless, Inuzuka Kiba grabbed his hair and looked at the night sky. Since he was assigned to the 8th shift, he has developed this habitual movement. Shino, who was standing by the tree next to him, stretched out his hand to pick up the flying insect, and suddenly said, I found them. Should we rush over there? It seems to be troublesome over there. Are there those 2 people? Inuzuka Kiba slowly put down the hand that grabbed his hair, asking very cautious questions. Aburame Shino shook his head. Kiba was happy. So what are you waiting for? The task given by the boss must be completed. Recently I heard that the country of medicine has a new dog food. Woo. Goo. Hey, be quiet, you're scaring people. Under the watery night, the owl that was startled by Akamaru flew into the night sky. Looking up at the unlucky night owl, Ino, who was hurrying in the dark, said depressedly, it seems that something bad is about to happen. Trouble. I want to eat barbecue. Damn, this place can't have a fire. He glared at his friend. Shikamaru lowered his head in defeat. Choji is really helpless. Not far from the next door, about 1,800 meters away, Neji Tenten frowned as he looked at Kanai who was stuck on the ground as a marker. For a time, everyone seemed to be gathering in one place. West wind, let's hurry up. Roar. ... Text chapter 22_looted for lofty ideals. A little cold light comes first, and then the gun shoots like a dragon. Is this the situation that you are going to hold a class reunion? Tenten, Neji, Shikamaru, Shino, Choji, Inuzuka Kiba. Hey, little secretary, what are you doing behind people? Come here. Brother Liamong. Snort. Reaching out to hug the soft girl with shy and pretty face Yuhi, ignoring Neji's cold snort, he turned his attention to the midfield again. It was as if in the middle of the woodland ravaged by a Category 12 typhoon, the trees were broken, the grass was gone, and there were traces of ninja attack everywhere. Some unexpected, but still seems to be reasonable. Looking down, Naruto, Sasuke, and Little Lee were lying side by side. Looking at the white face and bloodless appearance, I knew that the situation was not very good. Ino, who was paralyzed in Shikamaru's arms, was also severely injured, and Yuhi, the shadow flowing from the corner of his mouth, was distressing. 4 of us were defeated, and 2 of the enemy remained. Tell me yourself, what should I do with you? Liamong's tone was very playful, and there was no emotion at all. From the chest to the lower abdomen, the hairy man wrote 3 dead words on his neck. No matter how many cockroaches there are, just lift your feet and trample to death. Are you Konoha lads lining up to die? Arrogant. Idiot. The opponents who blurted out unexpectedly in unison glanced at each other, and the fierce electric flower ignored the others. You bastard. You owe Mr. Bian. I heard that you have betrayed your family. You are a natural bastard, and you have no sense of family honor. I think it's you who are envious. Kiba pouted in his mouth and fixed his gaze. Why, do you want to try it here? Glancing at the unconscious little Lee, Neji said with a slight stagnation, I will wait for you at the central tower, and our affairs will be done there. Yo, are you confident? What made you have the courage to resist me? Liamong said, letting go of Hinata and gently pushing the little secretary to the side. Shikamaru, who was in a bad situation, let out a light cough. Kanshou said, Boss, can we forget this time? He let us go once before. That's fine, you owe me the money you owe me and I'll reckon it later. He glanced at the prayer in Shikamaru's eyes, then turned to see the disdain on Hyuga Neji's face. Liuman waved his hand like a mosquito, bring your teammates to hurry up. Get out of here, we'll take care of this by ourselves. Hello, I'm waiting for you in the tower. Being so despised by others, Hyuga Neji's anger rose to the extreme, but it couldn't be released because of little Lee. Just wait, our grievances will be over soon. Hyuga Neji, who was secretly holding back his anger, he turned his attention to the enemy watching the play, and the two Otogakure of Sark and Dose stood there as if they were watching a joke. Have you thought about how to die? Liuman's voice was very soft, as light as a cloud. It's you who is going to die. 200% Zongkong pole wave. The words are harsh, but in the face of Liamong, Sark's precautions are still brought to the extreme, and the shot is a big move to press the bottom of the box. Baidu Interesting Academy. The invisible sound wave exploded, and the dust and sand filled the spot. You died. Pieces of yellow sand dissipated, and the streamer that embraced Hinata was digging his ears, and the golden hood with lightning flashed through it wantonly mocked the enemy's incompetence. Sark, who had 3 death words on his chest, was furious, and just when he was about to start, a vague figure appeared behind him. Uchiha Sasuke. Since you chose to leave, why do you want to come back? The black Chidori who squeaked through his chest passed through his chest, and Ursukako's voice was extremely cold. Looking at the classmates and teammates with black cloud patterns on their bodies, not only Liamong stood there speechless, but the rest of the companions were also greatly shocked. Sakura who is worried about reaching out, Nara Shikamaru who frowns in trouble, Akamichi Choji who growls in her stomach, Inazuka Kiba who shrinks into her arms and refuses to show her head, and finally Aburame Shino, a transparent person who has a very low sense of presence. The big guy looked at the second assistant who killed the enemy with a single blow in the field. All of them were strangely unfamiliar. Is this guy really Sasuke? Shikamaru's tone was skeptical, his tight eyes scrutinized. Inazuka Kiba grinned hesitantly, the breath is not right, but it should be. Have you said enough? Sakura, did they make you like this? Being surrounded by people like this, the orphan of the Uchiha family was very annoyed, and smashed the dead Sark at his accomplice with a right hand. It's your turn. Sasuke, please don't. Chidori. Haruno Sakura's whimper didn't do anything to stop it, as if the lightning of thousands of birds chirping across the night sky. Dose, who raised the buzzer on his right arm, widened his eyes, and slowly descended. His eyes were full of disbelief and fear. Orochimaru-sama, why is this? Kicked the dead body with unwillingness and anger, and Sasuke glanced at Liamong provocatively. When he was about to deal with the collapsed Jinya, Sakura hugged him from behind. No murder again, please. Sakura. Let's go. After watching the farce, Pulupulu led the team away. The Liuman came quickly and walked in a dashing manner. Sakura, who hugged Sasuke tightly, opened her mouth and wanted to say something to save her, but she saw Sasuke's angry and tired eyes lowered his head again. Few strands of linfeng rustled, and Naruto, who woke up faintly, scratched the melon. What happened? Ah. Sasuke, are you alright? How can something happen to me? I can't be better now. Without any gratitude after being cared for, Ursukaku looked at Naruto with ice-cold eyes, which was chilling. Uzumaki Naruto stopped talking for 2 times. Sakura looked around and didn't know how to speak. The 7th class seemed to be a passerby at this moment. I will not lose to anyone, I am Uchiha Sasuke. The black electric current that was smothered by the right hand snapped, and her Sukuko seemed to have the incompetence during the mission of the Land of Waves again, as if the violent outbreak of Naruto, and the companion who was always misty. Don't come back when you're gone, just like that man. Since he chose to betray, he must betray to the end. Maybe I should too. Boss, this is the harvest of the robbery. He found a piece of woodland and sat down again, and Inuzuka Kiba took out 3 scrolls for 2 days a day and placed them in the middle. Nara Shikamaru looked away with a troubled face. He and Choji were the laziest in the Konoha gang. They never participated in the training camp when they were in school. After suffering this dull loss, the gang strategist who has always admired mental work suddenly felt that it was time to provide strength. Hinata, figure out how much we should grab. Throwing Inuzuka Kiba's extra scroll of heaven to Shikamaru to hand in the quest, Liamong took 2 scrolls of earth and dreamed of making a fortune, and both eyes turned into numbers. Money, I want a lot of money, a lot of money. Brother Liamong. Ah, Hinata, are you ready? After some deductions by the little secretary, the best harvest of this robbery activity should be more than 5 cards and less than 8 cards. If you grab too much, you can't sell it, and if you grab too little, you won't make money. Why don't we grab some more? Inuzuka Kiba scratched his head and frowned, thinking of the dog food from the land of medicine, which was too expensive. Hinata looked at him timidly, and Shikamaru answered next to him, gloomily mixed with blood, because not so many people survived. How could it be? He coughed and covered his chest. Ino's injury was a problem after all. Looking back and forth at the team without medical ninjas, Liamong thought that he should find one in the future, but it would be better to work together for now. Do you like riding tigers? Boss, you have called the west wind. He twice called out the pets that were hiding in the dark, and Liamong led the criminal gang on a looting journey. Come on, hand over the scroll. We only rob, not kill. You can't even think about it. He staggered 2 steps in cold sweat, and the surrounded grass ninja team looked around for the escape route. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, the Kusanagi trio stopped running. Dog food, my dog food. Insects. I want to eat barbecue. Although I hate trouble, but the strength of trouble can solve trouble, it's really trouble. Shadow mimicry. Kiba pass Kiba. Byakugan. Bad insects _ In order to achieve their respective wishes, the criminal gang led by Lu Meng carried out a reckless sweep of the number 44 training ground. The search team composed of Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame has nothing to hide in the sky and the earth, and there is no blind spot. Coupled with Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka, the demolition team that integrates control of outbreaks, it has become a prince without bees. Whoever encounters is unlucky. What's more, in addition to these, there is Liamong, the gangster, and the king of the forest he stalked. The number 44 training ground is the home of Zaifeng. Here, Zaifeng is a well-deserved tyrant. A group of genin, when they are surrounded by countless swarms, all kinds of giant beasts, everything has an answer. With a bang, the anxious-looking ninja from the information department pushed open the door of Hokage's office. Looking at the subordinates who rushed in a panic, the 3-generation-old man narrowed his eyes. What's going on? Lord Hokage is not good. The candidates in the Forest of Death are dying. What? Orochimaru's attack 2 days ago has not been resolved, and the candidates here are dying again. What's going on? Tell me clearly. No, I don't know. The ninja who reported the letter was very eager, but he didn't understand anything. The 3-generation-old man is depressed. I don't know if you are reporting a fart. Why don't you figure it out first? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew that this matter could not be blamed on others. Don't look at the Chunin exam. It's normal for people to die, but it's not normal to die after death. If all the candidates who took the exam were dead, what would others think of their Konoha, who would dare to send someone over in the future? Although most of the people sent are cannon fodder, but cannon fodder also has the function of cannon fodder, and being able to come means the status of Konoha Axis Village. Check it out for me, check it out for me. Over and over again, the accident happened again and again, and the 3-generation-old man with his nostrils and eyes had a hunch that the prospect of this Chunin exam was very bad, very bad. Hey, how much do you think we can sell this time? After patting the little white dog's butt lightly, Inuzuka Kiba dumped Zhang Yuhidao 3 out. Shino, who happened to have a grass flower 4 in his hand, quickly followed the card, smiling under his sunglasses. After the 4-day robbery activity, the big guy already has the capital to make a fortune, and now it's time to harvest. Bugs around the world. Dog food in the country of medicine. A house full of barbecue. The legendary flower. What? These all require money, a lot of money. Go and sell the scrolls. Text chapter 23 _ who did the scroll sell to? Is there still no candidates coming? Inside the central tower, the 3 generations of Hokage's face turned black and stared at the wall clock. The Gaara trio who arrived on the ground on the first day stood there watching, and there was no one under it. Baidu Interesting Academy. Where have the students gone? The ticking clock ticked endlessly, and as the end time approached, the old face of 3 generations of Hokage sank into the Great Somali Trench. The 3 Gaara siblings looked at him as if they were looking at a blind old pumpkin. In the Chunin exam held by Konoha, there was not a single Konoha ninja in the end. This is not only humiliating, but also humiliating adults. Just when the big guys had different thoughts and Sunagakure village was waiting to see the joke, a sudden voice rang out. The sound is very loud, it should be shouted with a horn, or that kind of oversized loudspeaker. Hello everyone, there is an urgent advertisement now, please listen to all the teams who have not found the scroll. Our Konoha gang has scrolls for sale in front of the mission location, the number is limited, and it will not be out of date. It's better to act, what are you waiting for? Instead of looking around aimlessly, it is better to spend a little money to solve your troubles. Each reel is only 800,000 taels, 800,000 taels. Buy 2 sets at the same time, and there are discounts, each set of 1.7 million, each set only 1.7 million for sale. Hello everyone, now insert an emergency advertisement. A familiar and astonishing voice came to my ears. Listening to the repeated advertisements back and forth, the 3rd generation Hokage dog twitched like a rat, and suddenly threw the pipe in a frenzy. Find the brat for me right away. Forget it, I'll go by myself. The old-faced livid glanced at the strange stare from Sunagakure village, and the shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen smeared shoe polish on the soles of his feet. Liamong, who was standing on the top of the central tower and shouting, wanted to tug at his neck and shout a few more times, but his head suddenly became cold, and he felt that there were more people behind him. Slowly looking back, a smile blossomed on his face. Ah, who am I? 3 generations of adults, you also come to buy scrolls. You bastard, say it, what the hell are you trying to do? What did I do? With a strange look on his face, Liamong quickly accompanies a smile. You always put out the fire first. If you die of anger, we Konoha will lose a lot. Turning around and leaning in, he patted his back, caressing his chest and smooth air, which is called a diligent. But in the eyes of the 3-generation-old man, his complexion almost turned green, and he had to compete with the 1,000-year-old bastard. What the hell are you trying to do? Why are you sabotaging the Chunin exam? The 3-generation-old man stared at Liamong. Why did I ruin the Chunin exam? Facing the gloomy old face of the 3 generations of Hokage, he asked with a surprised face, why didn't you sell a few scrolls? This thing can't be used to wipe your buttocks if you take too much. No one wants to throw the test on the street this time. If you don't sell it at a high price while it's valuable, why don't you still stay for a baby? You hand me the scroll. Don't pay. When he heard that the 3-generation-old man wanted to confiscate the scroll he took with great effort, Liamong immediately quit. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this stinky boy in anger. His old face was like a shoe prick, and he almost fell to the ground. Afraid that this immortal thing will use his identity to oppress him again, Liamong put on a smile and asked, 3 generations of Hokage-sama, does the examination rules say that trading scrolls is not allowed? This one doesn't. Why not sell scrolls then? This will seriously affect Konoha's reputation. Who said that? Kabakaba, whose eyes were amazed, cocked his mouth in confusion. We were able to grab the scroll to prove that we have the strength, which is something that will brighten Konoha's face. It is easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com 3 generations of Lord Hokage, how can this be a shame when it comes to your mouth? You're making a fool of yourself. What happened to Chunan's exam when the scroll was sold? 3rd generation of Hokage, which is so dry that it can be caught by a fly. He said, old man, since you don't want to, then I'll sell you the scroll. Quote. Why did the old man buy the scroll? Aha, don't you say that this matter affects the reputation of the village. You bought the scroll with your own money, and it won't affect it. Or you don't even want to pay for Konoha, and you are too much for Hokage. How bad is it? If you don't pay this money, what will the ninjas in the village think of you? What will the villagers think of you? And what will the granny downstairs think of you? Lord Hokage, you can't make Konoha's reputation for a little money. I don't care. You have to pay for this money. You have to pay it. Who will pay you if you don't? Look, I have prepared a white note for you. It doesn't matter if you don't have any cash, just sign it. Come on, let's press the handprint first. Quote. After a mouthful of flickering foam, Liamong took advantage of the old man's confinement, took his hand and pressed it on the white bar. The empty white bar didn't even have a word. This white bar is a baby, look back, hee. 3 generations of adults, this is the scroll you always bought, let's see you later. He stuffed the scroll wrapped in cloth into his arms, and the livid cat jumped off the top of the tower like a rat, and led the criminal gang into the tower with a roar. Everyone, run fast, if the old guy comes back, our money will be gone. Boss, who did you sell the scroll to? Inazuka Kiba leaned over as he ran. Liamong squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tom. After a series of falls, the person who fell into a rolling gourd pushed out an arm, struggled to compare a thumb. Boss, you are really good. That's right, the boss can't do anything. Hokage, who was holding the wrapping scroll in his arms, shuddered, remembering the white bar that he had just pressed his handprint, and hurried back. If you don't go back, God knows how big the kid with the money-seeking eye will write on the white strip. Secretly pulling the small treasury, the old face of the 3rd generation has become the bottom of the pot. As the day went west, the candidates who heard the advertisement rushed over one by one. Hyuga Neji Lee Rock, Uzumaki Naruto or Sukako, collided with each other. Their eyes were spitting fire, the 2 teams were fighting, and they were pinching to find something about vomiting blood. Everyone's scrolls in his hands were all aimed at the same thing. Who owns the scroll of earth? The all-colored scrolls of the sky were placed in the bright place, and the teams that came one after another were all dumbfounded. If they could not get another scroll, the exam would be over. Thinking of this, they all looked angrily at the nearby central tower. None of the candidates who rushed over did not know that the reason why things became like this was all because of that bastard. Look for it, where is that guy? Gritting Kiba's teeth to give an order, the scattered team searched around the tower for a week, but there was no shadow of the flow that flicked the scroll out. No. Me neither. Neither of us. Not to mention the unlucky ones who returned one after another. The gangsters gathered in the central tower sat on the ground, the 6 of them had a gunfight, and the 3-4 wearing one where was enjoyable. The above popularity is broken. Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Sarutobi Ashima, Might Guy, the 4 leading teachers bowed their heads, standing next to the Sunagakure village Jonin Maki, who kept peeking here. Double King. I won, ha 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 ha, Shino. You. The 3-4 drawn out by the sunglasses, he slowly pressed it on the Double King. Aburame Shino didn't say a word, and threw the remaining small 4 in his hand. When Shikamaru saw this card, He quickly dropped Yuhi Peach 5 and narrowed his eyes happily. Calhua 6, I'm gone too. I have a square 7 left. I thought that the two kings had to win the smile before they were finished, but all the people ran away in a circle. Inuzuka Kiba stared at the remaining big 2 in his hand, and grabbed his hair frantically. Ah, how can you do this? Bastards, hurry up and shut them up. What do these bastards take the Chunin exams? Are children playing at home? It's so angry. Lord Hokage. The ambulance that was finished, approached from afar. After some rescue, the third-generation Hokage, who had returned, stood on the second floor with his hands on his back, and the candidates who were divided into 2 teams were facing each other. In order to eliminate the bad influence caused by a certain scourge just now, the 3 generations of old men made an exception to allow the losers to challenge, and those who succeeded in the challenge will participate in the competition in January. Hearing this exciting news, Hyuga Neji, who was holding 7 scrolls of heaven in his hand, showed a smile, and Sasuke Uchiha covered his neck and clenched his fists. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Little Lee, Tenten, all with high fighting spirit. The 3 of Sunagakure Village, you can directly upgrade this challenge. This is Konoha's reward for you to break the historical record. Liamong Genin, you can stand on the losing side for this old man. First the hot face and then the cold face, the 3 generations of old men treat them differently, and they can hate someone alive. Old man, why do you want me to stand with those waste materials? He stretched out his hand and pointed forward one by one, and Liuman sneered and bit the Kiba sign. How can the boss do this? This damn bastard. Must beat him to death in a while. Turning his eyes to the 3rd generation of Hokage, the old man Sarutobi didn't speak. Kakashi couldn't help it. You are from the 7th class. Naruto and the others didn't pass, so naturally you have to go over and accompany you. Why? Lu Meng nodded reluctantly. Kakashi slapped the railing angrily, because you are a team. You fart. I didn't dare to scold the 3 generations of Hokage, and I didn't dare to scold you. Liamong sprayed on the 2nd floor. Since it's a team, I got the scroll and they will pass, and if they want to come, they will come to me. Here, why should I go to their side? You. The 2-to-1 eyes collided, the typhoon, tsunami, lightning and thunder, and Liamong didn't have a single liking for Kakashi. Suddenly, the 3-generation-old man said, the mission is a group mission. Your success doesn't mean your partner is also successful. Therefore, please stand on the loser's side. And this statement, why didn't you see it before the exam? Ahem, the Konoha Hokage office has the final interpretation right for this exam. The old face raised his pipe with a smile, and Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed out a smoke ring condescendingly. In an instant, Spartan's livid body stiffened a little bit, and Nana went to the loser's side for a long time. Naruto saw Liuman coming, and grinned, boss, stand here, this place is big. I'll stand on your woolen thread. Grief and indignation did not wait for the war, and 6-on-6 stared at each other. When he was young, the sick man named Moonlight Hayate acted as a referee and announced the start of the challenge. Dragged by Uzumaki Naruto to his side, suddenly noticed something. Wait, Mr. Examiner, are there more people on our side? Look left, look right, Lu Meng asked quickly. The 3-generation-old man who was standing on the 2nd floor and harming the flowers of the motherland spoke. Sunagakure village has advanced to 3 people, and the one who challenged the Bai is the leader. Is that person me? Liamong touched his nose depressedly, and it felt bad to be taken as a head. The 3-generation-old man who spit out the smoke ring shook his head and said, you are considered a free person, and anyone can choose to challenge you. Well, I believe they will be very willing. Lord Hokage, I will. The voice fell, and Lee Rock immediately jumped out. Hyuga Neji, who was standing beside him, snorted, I have something to do with him too. And me. Tenten was also not to be outdone. Naruto, who found something wrong, looked over to Inuzuka Kiba, and then looked beside him. Hey, are you mistaken, the boss belongs to our group. Idiot, if you want to challenge him, I have to come first. Being in the same team, Ursukazi had never figured out the bottom of Liamong, especially the scene before the opening of the first written test, which was always imprinted in his heart. Finally got a chance today. Being watched by so many old classmates, Liamong's head immediately turned into a pear. 3 generations of Hokage watched the fun on it, and the reason why I added such a sentence just now is for this. Moonlight Hayate looked at the chaotic examination room, coughed for a long time while covering his chest, and finally decided to give up the electronic board and use the lottery instead. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Lee Rock, and Tenten have 4 eyes, fighting fiercely together. Ahem, you can start now. The ebony box placed in the middle is 1 foot square, and the fastest Lee Rock brushed it in. The paper balls were ripped apart, and the whole examination room rose up with the waves of the sea. Mr. Guy, my youth is burning. The ball of paper in his hand was stuffed into his mouth and swallowed, and the flame of fighting spirit erupted in Lee Rock's eyes. A ding, he raised his thumb, and Kiba's shining might Guy burst into tears and cried, Youth, this is youth. Lee, challenge your youth, I allow it. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. I rely on you to code me. ... Text chapter 24 shriveled old cucumber. Is it another challenge between us? Staring at the enthusiastic disciple below, Might Guy turned his eyes slightly towards his old enemy. Baidu Interesting Academy. Ah, are you talking to me? I blinked for no reason, pretending to be mad and stupid, thank you. Might Guy, whose nostrils and eyes were swollen into bowls, turned gorgeously, damn Kakashi, why do you always like to pretend to be such a stinky appearance, are you trying to seduce ignorant little girls into depravity? Be awake, Kakashi, this will love you. The old cucumber is also better than the gorilla no one wants. With a cold face, the head of the Hatake family, Pinfang, pushed back. Might Guy's nostril and eye-piercing torches have always been Hatake's forte. Ha of old cucumbers. Whoever answers is a gorilla, or a green-skinned gorilla with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Kakashi. My, you are very old, you are an old cucumber, there is no little girl. Quack quack. Don't look this way. I don't know him. Stealing glances, these 2 fists are in front of Kakashi. Who are you calling a gorilla, are you stunned? Asuma, who was rubbing his arms straight, offered his attention to the beauty, Yuhi, congratulations to your student for successfully passing. Te Guy, quote. Let's have the first battle of youth. Ashima followed Kurenai Yuhi's gaze towards Sunagakure village. In an hour and a minute, they broke the tune, Kurenai Yuhi Asuma moved to the side in unison, and the goosebumps all over his body fell all over the floor. After a pause, the beautiful Philip Yuhi's eyes became dignified, looking at their clothes, it doesn't look like you are from the forest at all, but this exam is not easy. Kurenai Yuhi said and looked to the side. You mean them? Sarutobi was holding a secret-style cigarette worth 2 silver tickets. Sarutobi Ashima was troubled when he encountered the Chunin exam, and kept the record for 14 years. The previous time was 4 hours. It was terrible. Results. And, speaking of this, Kurenai Yuhi's voice is a demonstration or something, if so. The appearance of passing in the middle, that is the number 44 training ground, and it will be like this if we replace it. It's really troublesome to say that. Snapped off the lighter and hinted, but none of that mattered. When there is a previous incident, I always like to be extravagant. There are black lines all over the forehead of the XYZ-like face. Isn't it just to have a fight with the young master? As for swallowing the paper balls, I will prove it to you. Work hard, little pervert. The slender hand that suddenly appeared pressed down on his shoulders. Feeling the pressure on his shoulders, Liamong immediately dismissed the idea of abstaining. Although I don't know why Mitarashi Anko, the cheap sister, gave herself in the battle of Sasuke's immortal forest, Liamong believes that Anko will definitely not harm himself. Lee Rock, since you're looking for a beating, the boy will do it for you. Liamong classmate, I lost the last challenge, but this time. The bandage that Zhou untied slowly slipped off, and the 2 weights removed from the calf were thrown into the air by little Li. What? Naruto raised his head and glanced at the swirl of the root leggings. His forehead was full of paste. Forget it, what a mysterious thing. Cut. Dress up. Halfway through, the contempt that could not go on was interrupted by the sound of the Bang X2, looking at the smoke dragon rising from the ground to the top of the roof, in addition to the big. The staff are all Spartan. Is that guy pervert, carrying such a heavy thing with him? Damn, why is he so strong? It's really troublesome, said with a pouting lip, loading. The ground of the central tower is as high as 15 meters from the roof of the canopy. Little Li can achieve such a terrifying effect by smashing 2 weights down. How heavy are the 2 perverts? 1,000 boards of Kiba's shining might guy, all the spectators. Kakashi twisted his neck stiffly, unable to speak. The adult board Shaoli and his father big board Kiba flashed again, and the tide behind him swelled into a surging ocean force. If you want to bring such a thing, you might as well die. I'm the proudest disciple of mine. Mr. Guy. Another wave rose, and Lee Rock, who was full of fighting spirit, clenched his fists tightly, 10,000 pounds. Mad Guy, you're a lunatic. Looking at his thick eyebrows and big eyes, he was full of energy, like a maniac who had taken 500 caddies of stimulants, and Liamong standing opposite him was about to vomit blood. 13 candidates. This is youth, and youth is a challenge. Lee, prove it to them, do you really need to fight in the exam? Guys would rather spend the spring festival with 10,000 grass and mud horses. Neji, the head of the little Lee, brushed the step forward and bowed to the posture, with one hand in front and one fist in the back, holding it with a splendor. From the beginning, little Lee is like this. Tale of the Bloody Crane, Lee Rock recognized in the school. Why is it so unlucky to touch such a scumbag? It is still a buy one get one free bundle. I bought a watch last year and it has the enviable Kekkei Genkai and even the usual ninja talent is 2/3 less and looks exciting. 1010. Does he ever get excited? That's right, it seems that since we met. Then, he graduated. That name. This child who always likes to make all kinds of strange plans for himself in the eyes of others, is a street stalker with extremely poor qualifications. That is, there is no enviable prominent family, and we are not fighting for the boiling youth. I've always been a total ninjutsu and demonic illusion idiot. Many people laugh at him and bully him for this, but Lee Rock has been persistent in his incomprehensible efforts to practice physical skills that are useless in the eyes of others. The speed of Graham shocked everyone. Days, Lee Rock became Konoha Genin. Many children who bullied him and laughed at him with better talent than him were brought home by their parents. Liamong classmate, I am the galloping blue beast Lee Rock of Konoha, let me. When I come to the examination room again, I believe that as long as I practice more than a genius, I will definitely become stronger. Teacher Guy's personal biography Konoha Fluid Technique Konoha Cyclone. Great looping degree volley kick, Lee Luo. Jump so fast. This guy. Boss is in danger. As I said, there is a gap between people. Bang. There was a muffled sound, and the flow that grabbed little Lee's wrist with one hand didn't move. Span. Might Guy's excited expression froze into a wax figure. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. Hokage was holding in his mouth fell to the ground. Little pervert, come on, Mitarashi Anko's figure appeared in front of his eyes. The cheek-loving little guy, whether you can dodge this time depends on your own ability. Konoha Gale. The first kick was caught and the next kick came, and there was an uproar. I said, it's useless. The ankle he held in his hand flicked out at will, and the deformed Lee Rock fell to the sculpture. Overwhelming display of strength, wooden feet pumped his fist. Kakashi, your little nephew is so beneficial. Hee, I didn't know that before. He was joking, and the vigilant Hatake owner secretly frowned, and the little Lee, who was swaying his waist, also swung his left leg to hide. It should have never been fully exposed. Pass. Then he today. Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage, Kakashi made a decision in his heart. Yi John's expression turned solemn. Mouth, do you want to try again? It's not that I look down on you. On the contrary, I admire you very much. Lee Rock, if you choose to become a martial artist, your achievements will be far higher. Why should Liamong hide his strength? No, you shouldn't say yin and ask again, are you willing to pursue the peak of martial arts? Liamong classmate, thank you for your kindness, but I still decided to become. The lower exam room, looking coldly at the stubborn young man who slowly got up, Lu Meng touched a Kiba sign and held it on the way. In one sentence, everyone present was buried, and the flamboyant map cannon mocked everything. Now, this stinky boy, the way of ninja is not suitable for people like us. The choice that was given to you after school 6 years ago is now outraged. Ninjas are great. Great ass. Angry a ninja, I can't let Mr. Guy down. Che, it's really a stubborn. When the ninja has a fart in front of melon seeds, a question mark is raised. Not that Liamong and Xiaoli are not good at fighting. What an asshole. How can the boss say that? A career that has always been desired is despised, and Lee Rock answers the questions everyone wants to know. Before the roar from above could fall, a storm-like blow came over. Listening to the endless muffled sound in his ears, watching the smashing of fists to the flesh below, John's brain power with outstanding eyesight. I said, the color you learned is really a bit weird. How do I look at it? How many tricks does that kid have? This, took 2 sips of the cigarette in his mouth. Sarutobi Ashima asked that he had never encountered such a style of play and was puzzled. Many people clearly understand. In total, 2 punches, and 1.5 legs, but with these 3.5 general skills, Lee Rock can't even counterattack. It's all junk. The first punch hits the face, the second punch digs into the heart, and the bottom knee never leaves the midline of the crotch. The trick of Liamong is simple and rude, but it is very effective. Lee Rock is a pain in the ass. He learned physical skills from Guy, from Lapi. After being stuck, it is not easy to get out. Stick to the mountain. Bombing back and forth several times, the annoying Liuman slumped his shoulders and pushed his elbows and knocked little Lee into a cannonball. The whole person was embedded in the wall like a mural, and the ninjas with vision were all silent. This is not a simple strength gap, but the level of inheritance learned. What Lee Rock loses is not that he is not strong, but that he has learned too much. Might Guy, you have to continue to make mistakes. The master made a move. Lu Meng turned and looked at the second floor, and the Kiba sign spit out an indescribable mockery. Konoha's number 1 physique expert was speechless, and a trace of unspeakable confusion flashed in his eyes. Don't let you dirty. Lee, who struggled out of the wall with a rumbling sound, untied his bandages. Table Lotus. After taking off the weight, the speed of pervert is more pervert, and it comes to the front in an instant. Facing this kind of move again, is it a child of the illustrious man? Little Lee jumped backwards when he couldn't twist it, and Lee Rock, who had kicked in the air, quickly rounded his thighs. But it's useless, it's still useless. No matter how you attack, Liamong will insult Teacher Guy. The person I admire most in my heart is run on by the opponent, and it is shocking to know the point of attack from the second time. Lee Rock, who has been empty several times, has been circled. Why can't I give up the 5 senses decisively? Mandatory back jump. Just do 800 pull-ups in 5 laps around the Konoha. If he couldn't catch all the leaves that fell from the air, he ducked like Akatsuki, the prophet of 3,000 Buddhas. The speed is not fast, but every time I step on the idea, it is like Xiaoli. Why every time? Why is this? Ask for collection. New book list. Please support, Cloud. If you can't lie on your stomach for 500 times in a row, skip the rope 2,000 times. If you can't breathe, back. I've done so much training, why am I still losing? Is this the gap between people? Text chapter 25 _ in front of him it is like a moat. Guy, let your disciple give up, it's impossible for him to hit Liamong. Kakashi turned his head with certainty. Might Guy stared at the field with a sinking face, his two flesh fists clenched into iron handles. Why? Look at his eyes. Kakashi pointed to the drooping eyes below, and all the ninjas nearby raised their ears, and they also wanted to know why this kid was so interested. Blood follower, mysticism, or something else. With the speed shown by Lee Rock, it is impossible for them to end up like this. During the mission of the Land of Waves, the team I led had encountered the Kurigakure demon Momochi, and this kid did it at that time. He called this ability consciousness and mind eyes, saying that only true warriors can comprehend it. Mystery. Before, I always thought he was bragging and fooling people, but now it seems to be true. Quote. Consciousness, mind's eye, mind's eye. No, Kakashi shook his head to deny Might Guy's guess, and explained with a sigh, that kid once said that this is the sixth sense beyond the five senses. According to my understanding, it is intuition. Although little Lee's attack was quick, but it's useless to intuition. Kakashi, how could someone do such a thing? Isn't there one below? Moreover, he also told the enemy about the training method. Brush, 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 brush. Countless eyes gathered. Sarutobi Ashima bit off the cigarette butt in shock. How can this kind of profound meaning be told to the enemy? Even the closest people will not say it. Aha, do you think this kind of training is easy? That kid said it so arrogantly because he believed that no one could learn it. Kakashi said, very frustrated, a little proud and a little helpless. The ninjas around are sluggish. What kind of pride is this, to spit out his own profound training methods in public, and he is not afraid of someone stealing it? Don't believe me. Kakashi's dead fish eyes exposed outside smiled, filled with an inexplicable look. I can tell you. Kakashi. The old face turned black and turned his eyes, and the 3 generations of Hokage's eyes were cold with warning. The head of Hatake kept his mouth shut, but he didn't say it, and there were still people who would say it. Do you wonder why you can't hit me? Lee Rock, this is the strength of a warrior, the profound meaning that a ninja can never understand, the sixth sense consciousness beyond the 5 senses, the mind. Silver hair in front of him, he flicked his fingernails sneeringly, and looked up at the sky with slightly closed eyes. I once spent 3 years in the courtyard, where I closed my 5 senses and realized the surroundings. It was very difficult at first, and I was always easily disturbed by the outside world. Later, I gradually entered a state where I had no desires and no desires, as if I had not woken up from sleep. After 3 years, I was able to perceive the rhythm of the wind and move the plants and trees. Whisper, and then comprehend the profound meaning of martial arts. Consciousness and the eyes of the mind are the eyes of true knowledge, which penetrate the foundation of the existence of all things. There is no subjective judgment or unconscious discrimination. Lee Rock, do you still want to fight me? At the moment of your action, I already know what comes next. It's impossible. How can there be such a terrifying mystery in the world? It's horrible. It can't be true. Interesting Academy. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, including the 3 generations of Hokage that I had known earlier. The ninjas who heard Liamong's explanation with their own ears were collectively Spartan, and there were grass and mud horses running everywhere in the examination room. Kakashi, have you tried practicing? Might Guy turned his head suddenly. Although I don't want to admit it, I did try it before. It's just that, recalling those miserable days in his head, the face of the head of the Hatake family was filled with a wry smile. This kind of profound art is not something that can be practiced by humans, and I always doubt it. What crucial step is that kid hiding? No, this training method should be true. With a dignified expression on his face, the Konoha Taijutsu master slowly turned around and said in a terrifying and unstoppable tone, Little Lee also has this ability. What? Dang dang dang. Countless exclamation marks hung on their foreheads, and the big guys turned their heads in unison and looked at the green-skinned boy standing below. Will he also have such a terrifying mystery? Guy, are you kidding? No, Little Lee does have this ability, or a similar ability. The image of the graduation celebration dinner flashed in front of him. Guy explained with a proud smile, although little Lee has the same ability, he can't control himself. Control. I've seen it, a very gut-wrenching reaction. You say that kind of profound meaning is instinct. Kakashi widened the dead fish's eyes in surprise. Yes, it is instinct, a kind of evasion that does not require thinking in the head, but relies on the instinctive reaction of the body. If that kid can really control it freely, he is indeed qualified to be so arrogant. In this regard, I am not as good as him. Boom! A dull thunder struck his forehead, which made the Konoha physique master think he was inferior, and Lu Meng burst out. All kinds of tastes came to mind, and the crowd watching the battle could not calm down. Little Lee chews. Countless eyes added to him, looking at the enemy who looked like a mountain on the opposite side. Lee Rock laughed abruptly, not the kind of nervous laugh after defeat, but a kind of confident laugh, a kind of laugh with a will to win. Ha ha ha, fool, stop dreaming of being a ninja. How can someone who doesn't even know how to be a ninja be a ninja? Speaking of which, you only know taijutsu, and you are worse than others. I really don't know how you got into the ninja school. Past appeared before him, and Lee Rock's smile became brighter. People who have lost confidence in themselves, it will not make sense to work hard. The words Might Guy said in the most depressing moment of his life resounded in his ears. Lee Rock held his head high, in front of the flow, in front of this unattainable mountain, held his head high, just like an epic myth. The heroes who face thousands of troops are full of pride. I am the galloping blue beast of Konoha, how can I lose? I am Lee Rock, and my ninja will never give up. What's wrong with that kid? Such a boss is invincible. Yes, you see he's still laughing, he's crazy. Although I am very reluctant to say that, you should give up, little Lee. Ridicule and dissuasion came to my ears, and Might Guy's solemn expression gradually became a smile. For a time, the master and the apprentice were like lunatics. Guy, you. Konoha's lotus will bloom again. The big bored Kiba raised his shiny head, and Might Guy's smile was full of confidence. I don't want my efforts to fail here. Teacher Guy, please agree with me. Now it's time for me to implement my own tolerance. The 8 inner gates, third gate, life gate open. Lee Rock, who was surrounded by a chakra storm, clenched his fists. Next, it's the 4th door, Huomen, open. Lee Rock with blood-piercing nostrils, protruding blue veins all over his body, and his watermelon head upside down as pervert at this moment. No, is he transformed, Super Saiyan? Are you he skin-boiled big crab? Whoosh. Disappeared. So fast. Where is he? Why don't you understand? Gently took a step forward to dodge the sneak attack behind him, and the flowing ons of the silver-white tulle floated back and forth as if strolling in the courtyard. It's obviously not fast, but Lee Rock, whose speed is doubled, can't even touch it. No matter how fast the uncontrollable speed is, it's just a trick of the monkey to catch the moon. No matter how hard you try, you can't get the desired result. You struggle in vain, and in the end you can only sink yourself to the bottom of the water and catch your life. Lee Rock, use the 8 inner gates is a little too early for you. Quote. Gently lift the arm, bang. The bare feet that blocked the side kicks. The Leeuman looked at the torn skin and persuaded the little Lee. Give it up, the gap between us is the realm, not the level that 1 or 2 forbidden techniques can make up. Choosing to become a ninja, destined to be the biggest mistake of your life. No, ninjas are great. Relying on the strong strength brought by the 8 inner gates, little Lee tightened the Kiba pass to speed up again, and his afterimages were everywhere. But does it work? Absurd insistence, let the facts tell you the distance between us. In terms of speed, I'm not slow. Martial arts lightning dance whoosh. What? What kind of speed is this? The first punch, I'm going to hit you on the left cheek. Puff. Second punch, I'm going to hit you on the right cheek. Puff. The third punch, I'm going to hit you in the chest. Puff. 10 punches in a row, 10 attacks in a row. Each time Lu Meng would say the part to hit in advance, but Lee Rock couldn't block it once. The difference is too big. This is a qualitative distance, a gap that cannot be bridged by quantity. Do you still insist? In front of martial arts, insist on your ridiculous physical skills. Ninja, it's great. His hands and feet twitched and he barely opened his eyelids. Lee Rock, who was lying in a pool of blood, couldn't let go. Liamongbetting's eyes became more and more disdainful. It's a ridiculous and pathetic insistence. Let this blow end it. Martial arts golden steel shatter. Get out of the way, or you will die. Kakashi, who had seen this move, panicked when he saw Liamong jumping high and pulling back his right fist. There was a loud bang, and the ground in a 5-meter radius sank 3 feet, and Lee Rock, who was spinning and flying out, fell far away like a rag doll. Facing the terrified eyes of the stands, he turned around, and Liamong raised his hand to smooth the loose strands of hair. Don't worry, I hit the ground. Since he chooses to continue to be a moon-fishing monkey, let him continue to sink. Lee Rock, your fist can't hit me at all. Never. Lang Bing looked back and threw a sentence, and Lu Meng dazed towards the stands. The exam room was restless after recovering from the shock. Is this really just the Chunin exam? Did we come to the wrong place? The two fighting brats. Ahem, I'm announcing that the winner of this challenge is. He covered his mouth and coughed twice. Just as the half-dead Hayate looked at Liamong's back and was about to declare his victory, everyone suddenly turned around. Looking at that figure swallowed saliva. Tick, 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 tick. The figure that staggered and struggled up from the ground trembled slightly, and every time it moved, a large piece of blood slipped and shattered. The everted muscles lined the broken yuhi, and the pale smile had a poignant desolation. I can still play. Boom. Is this the first time you are shocked today? Looking at the child who was covered in blood, at the figure who would rather die than retreat, at the young man who would do anything, everyone was shocked. There is a kind of admiration called persistence. There is a kind of heroic call that never goes back. There is a fighting spirit called tenacity. Is it worth it for a test? At this moment, everyone was confused. Ask for collection, is a new book, please support more, thanks to the cloud. Text chapter 26_bet on the fate of the blue beast is doomed to fail. Guy, I don't know what that kid means to you, Akatsuki, and I can't say anything, but you'd better stop him immediately. Kakashi looked very solemn. With Lee Rock's current state, there is only a dead end. Might Guy stared solemnly off the court, and did not answer for a long time. Kakashi's face darkened. Guy, you have disappointed me so much. No, you don't know the kid at all. I want to prove to everyone that even if you don't know how to do ninjutsu and demonic illusion, you can still become a great ninja. This is my dream. Lee Rock shouted brightly at the graduation reverberated in his ears, and Might Guy's solemn expression gradually turned into boundless pride. For that child, there is something more precious than life that he needs to prove and protect. I'm just helping him become a man capable of protecting that kind of thing, that's all. Lee, prove to the world that you are great. Don't settle for ordinary. Don't indulge in mediocrity. Bet on the name of the Blue Beast. The teacher is proud of you. Mr. Guy, suddenly looking back, looking up at the big thumb raised high in the second-floor stand, watching Might Guy's signature shining and heroic smile, Lee Rock's exhausted heart poured into Izumi. I'm not down, I can still fight, I'm the galloping blue beast of Konoha, bet my all. To prove to the world. Ordinary is also great. The 8th inner gate's 5th gate Duman open. The pain of tearing muscles all over his body and ignoring the pain of life passing, Lee Rock gathered all his potential and will into one punch, straight, firm, and unstoppable. It's a punch beyond the ordinary. It's a punch out of mediocrity. This punch condenses everything he has, and this punch contains everything he has. Fall down. The dead wood is flowing, with my hope. Lilianwa. Konoha that bloomed again fell into the dust, and after a violent roar, the persistent boy fell. In front of him, it was like a moat. I said, you hit. The voice that stopped abruptly could no longer be said, and Liamong stared blankly at his chest, looking at the blood stains on his chest, and was stunned. This was not supposed to happen, but it happened now. At that moment, did his speed exceed the limit? Li Rock. Whoa. Liamong, who threw away the Fenghua gauze, turned and left, said loudly, I agree with your choice. Even if you become a ninja, you are still great. Baidu Interesting Academy. Silent. Silent. What happened at that moment? Watching the boy who fell in a pool of blood, no one in the audience knew Akatsuki. When they recovered from their astonishment, another thunder struck them. Li Rock, the boy who dared to resist the ordinary, who did everything to prove his belief, miraculously stood up again. Silver-white tulle gauze falling against the sky, dragging the disabled body with shattered musculoskeletal bones, stood up again, firmly and resolutely. What supports him? Is there really something more important than life? Sakura. Inazuka Kiba. Uzumaki Naruto. One after another, the alumni of the same generation opened their eyes sluggishly. They did not understand why children of the same age would have such a detachment from life and death. Uchiha Sasuke, are you still talking about the revenge Tenten? While you are thinking about how to take revenge day and night, there is a child who is working silently. Maybe he doesn't talk much, but he is always harder than you. Hyuga Neji, known as the rare genius of the Hyuga family in a century, the successor of the Hyuga Tenin bloodline. How do you feel at this moment? This is the challenge of the ordinary to the extraordinary, and this is the proof of the ordinary to the genius. Even without those dazzling halo, Li Rock is still great, and the greatness of the ordinary is always more shocking than the success of genius. Li is ready, keep going, your body Li. Eyes wide open in shock, Might Guy, who was holding on to his beloved disciple, froze. The dilated pupils did not focus, and the trembling body was rigidly balanced. Seeing his lover who would rather die than fall, Might Guy's tears wet the ground. You, even if you lose consciousness, you must prove to the world. Your own ninja. Enough. You've been recognized as a great ninja, great. Call the medical class over here. The medical ninja who arrived in a hurry carefully helped little Li onto the stretcher. After a little inspection, the leader of the team opened his mouth and dragged Guy to the side with difficulty. Slowly walking back to the auditorium, Liamong and a group of classmates looked at each other silently. A long time. Shikamaru asked with a troubled face, is it worth it? For him, it's worth it. Liamong answered with great certainty, and he was very sorry. Stop and count, Li Rock is probably the only person in Konoha he admires. Only one. Boss, you have a way, right? You have to challenge that nasty eldest young master with thick eyebrows. How can he? Shut up. Don't insult Li's persistence. Lang Lang glared at Uzumaki Naruto who was noisy in front of him. At this moment, Lu Meng looked down on this kid. Cherish your talent. If Li Rock has the powerful recovery of the Uzumaki clan Li, don't even try to beat him. People who work hard don't have talent. People who don't work hard waste talent. It's a fucking world. After saying a sentence, he put Uzumaki Naruto aside, and Liamong looked out into the sky with a sense of loss. Li Rock, really like him. The same effort, the same unwillingness, and the same fall under the effort. No matter how much an ordinary person pays, it can't compare to a word from a rich person. Looking at this persistent boy, Liamong felt a different kind of pain in his heart. I have a chance to do it all over again, how about you? Standing quietly on the edge of the railing, there was another person behind him in a trance. Quiet, gentle, and put his face behind his back. The first challenge is over, and the second challenge begins. Looking at the two names that came to a stop on the big screen, the whole exam room was boiling. Hyuga House Civil War. Main clan splits. Eldest miss to eldest young master. It's really Brother Liamong. He walked out from behind with a timid expression, and Hinata raised his face nervously. Come on, you're no worse than anyone. Yes. With a less firm answer, Hyuga Hinata descended into the arena and stood opposite Hyuga Neji, who had already stood there, looking to the side with dodging eyes. Seeing the young secretary showing such a weak and bullying appearance, the eldest young master of the Hyuga family laughed, sarcastically, "Miss, you are really not suited to be a ninja. You are naturally timid and do not know how to refuse, just like that bastard. The boss pulls you into the black to help you not resist. The gang collects protection fees, but you secretly give the money you get to those children from poor families. As a ninja, you are unqualified, and as a gangster, you are also not good. So, where else can you do it? If the Chunin exam wasn't a threesome, I'm afraid you wouldn't even take it. Am I right, timid Miss Main Clan?" Me. What am I? Look at the way you can't say anything right." Hyuga Neji said more and more vigorously, his face full of contempt and ridicule. "Miss Main Clan, who will always put her hands on her chest, what makes you so afraid of wanting to keep your distance from people? Face your weak heart, you don't even dare to touch people, what else can you do? You are destined to achieve nothing in your life." "No, it's not like that." "No." Hyuga Neji raised her head arrogantly, her milky white pupils full of contempt. "Since standing off the court, have you ever faced me once? So I understand that you are just pretending, you never thinking about winning this challenge, but thinking about how to get out of here as soon as possible, am I right?" Dodging again, facing Hyuga Neji's provocation, Hinata looked away in confusion, as if his father's scolding appeared in his ears again. Seeing that Hinata didn't even dare to say a word, Neji's contempt became 3 more points. "Miss Main Clan, people's fate is doomed. You are afraid, you are shrinking, I have seen through everything with this Byakugan, weak but you can't beat anyone at all, you just can't. Shut your stinky mouth." He stepped on the railing and stared down. Liamong looked at Neji as if he was looking at a dead person. "You don't understand Hinata's efforts, and no one in the entire Hyuga family will understand. Hyuga Neji, I know lousy. Why do you look the worst in school? Because you are a rubbish. No matter how talented you are, it can't change the nature of your rubbish. You don't understand Lee Rock's toughness, and you don't understand Hinata's toughness either. Is Byakugan amazing? Hinata, then you show them, even without using those eyes, you are 100 times stronger than this crap." Brother Liamong, a soft cry, raised his hands slowly, thinking of countless warm companionships day and night. Hinata's little secretary's eyes gradually became firmer, and the slender hands that were separated up and down were like a round hug. The spectators were once again amazed. What is that gesture? Kakashi. Kurenai Yuhi. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Every savvy ninja frowned. The gentle fist gestures at Hyuga's house were the same, but now the Hinata's opening was completely different, and the little girl didn't even open the Byakugan. Remembering what Lu Mang had just said, their eyes widened to the extreme. Hyuga Neji, who had been run on for a long time, clenched the Kiba pass, and withdrew his eyes with a sneer. "It's just a grandstanding monkey show, leaving Byakugan, what other moves can you use? Or, you and that bastard. Just like the head, you don't even want family honor. You are not allowed to say that Brother Liamong, Brother Liamong is a good person." Tom. One of the somersaults fell into the ground, and the boy who was issued a good card was sluggish. Looking sideways, everyone's eyes showed a smile. If this kid is a good person, there will be no bad guys in the world. Seeing the funny appearance of the Liuman falling into the pit with his head down, Hinata's little secretary had a pretty face like Yuhi, like 2 ripe apples, and quietly left with the last trace of nervousness. Directly opposite, Hyuga Neji, whose temples were bulging, pulled out the gentle fist gesture, and he couldn't wait to end this farce. "Let me prove what destiny is. In my eyes, your fate is already doomed to fail." Text chapter 27 _ Who is the weak and strong waist? I announce, the second challenge, starts now. Just as Moonlight Hayate retreated, Hyuga Neji rushed up. Heihei168.com pointed with both hands like swords, and stabbed the big acupoint all over Hinata's body. The sharp attack point to the chest, the little secretary put on his wrist in a hurry, stroking the side with the trend, and guiding the sword to the empty space. Hyuga Neji, who stumbled and fell out, almost fell over because the attack failed and the strength was poor, and it was only when two rotating palms slapped the ground that he stabilized his figure. With this one move alone, the spectator crowd was sluggish. What kind of boxing is this? Can such a light punching technique also hurt people? It's so weird. Weird. Pulupulu got up slowly with the mud stained on his body, and looked at the second floor with disdain. Don't take your ignorance for granted. What is weird? Goodness is like water, and water is good for all things without arguing. Just the sword of Hyuga's family. The kung fu of finger and acupuncture is also called soft. If you are really dumb, you can say that deaf people believe that they are all 250 to 1 piece. Keep your eyes open to see what a real gentle fist is. Quote. Hinata, kill him. Arrogant. Family boxing was despised. Hyuga Neji turned his eyes angrily, and the Liuman with his arms around him didn't care about him at all. Hyuga family, who was ignored, went mad, and rushed to Hinata in a frenzy to prove the power of the Hyuga-style gentle fist method. But does this thing work? Even if you are prepared in your heart, you should still sway, fall, and sway back and forth as if you were drunk. Hinata's little secretary who seized the opportunity stepped on the yin and yang and pinned his knees and wrists. As his body flashed, two small fists clenched into the shape of a hammer smashed past like a thunderbolt. Progress. Chakra spit out shock words, and Hyuga Neji, whose center of gravity was unstable, banged. The incarnation of his body became a cannonball, and he fell backwards and fell all the way, and he didn't get up for a long time. The scene was completely silent, and there was no sound at all. This is a fight that completely subverts the concept of cognition. Before this, no one has ever seen such a boxing technique. Although I don't want to admit it, compared to Hyuga's gentle fist, Hinata's performance is probably the real softness. No hurry, no slow, no fast, no slow, every move and every style is clearly seen, which is different from the speed that burst out when Liu Kai Liamong fought against Li Rock. This is another manifestation of ultimate. Playing slow and fast, using weak to overcome the strong. The little secretary spread his hands like a round little secretary. His shy and pretty face was dyed with Yan Yuhi. Brother Neji, I am very strong. Interesting academy debuts. Damn. Are you confident? Hyuga family, who was not favored by her father since she was a child, and who was often called trash, finally gained self-confidence in the battle, and her bright smile was comparable to that of the morning sun in early spring. Lu Meng looked as if he was going crazy, the water line overflowing from the corner of his mouth slowly dragged to the ground, shining white light, shrinking and trembling, causing a stomachache. A few gangsters next to them looked at it and retreated all the way. I don't know him. Wong. Don't look at me, I don't know who that guy is. The boss is crazy again, we should wake him up. He opened his mouth and rolled up his sleeves. Uzumaki threw off the crab and walked closer, snorting too white smoke from his nostrils. Boss. Boom. He swung his fist out and turned his body into a meteor. Liamong subconsciously clenched his fist and wiped his saliva. He looked left and right in doubt. Is there anyone just now? No. I didn't see it. You must be hallucinating. Ah, how did you say that? He looked at the three little brothers who were avoiding the distance, and Liamong was about to ask, when Hyuga Neji's roar came from his ears, you really think that ridiculous boxing technique can better than gentle fist? In that case, I'll show you the true meaning of Hyuga flow. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. The dark green pattern appeared out of thin air, and the figure of the eldest young master of the Hyuga family suddenly more than doubled. This is a combination of enchantment and taijutsu, a hybrid attack with a domain nature, which is the pride of the Hyuga family. Standing in the formation, he spread his hands and felt the restraining force pouring into his body. Although Hinata was shocked, he opened the circle. The audience in the stands stared straight ahead. Including the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the senior ninjas looked like giraffes, and their necks were stretched straight. What is that thing? Left hand draws the yin, the right hand draws the sun. If Hyuga Neji summons the 8 trigrams field, then Hinata incarnates into Tai Chi. The azure blue chakra lines that looked like hairs quickly rotated and wrapped around the delicate body, without any dead ends, cyclically reciprocating, forming a perfectly round sphere of light. Looking at this incomparably bizarre picture, Kiba Guanyi, the eldest young master of the Hyuga family who had bullied him in front of him, bit out his sword finger. No matter what, don't try to stop me. 8 trigrams 2 palms. 8 palms. 32 palms. Palm beats a palm beats a palm, and the palms are linked in a series of moves. Facing the storm-like attack of Hyuga Neji, the little secretary Hinata seemed to be transformed into a small boat in the boundless ocean, rising with the waves. Ups and downs, despite the high winds and waves, still remain calm. After the 64 palms filming, the figure suddenly slowed down, and Hyuga Neji's eyes were full of disbelief. The supreme boxing method that the Hyuga family is proud of has been broken. How is this possible? It is not that no one has defeated the Hyuga family in the past, but those people are resisting rather than cracking. These are 2 completely different concepts. Who is the trash? Looking back on the hard work and practice day after day, Hyuga Neji does not understand why a timid young lady like Hinata can become so strong. Is this fate? Is the difference between a main clan and a split so big? Do not. No, she's not using gentle fist. What exactly is that punch? The furious Byakugan tensed up suddenly. The eldest young master of the Hyuga family was thinking about it, and Hinata's little hand clapped over. Like electricity, he threw his palms back, and the young master Neji, whose backs of his hands were printed on his chest, flew again. This time he flew faster. This time he fell farther, crashed into the sculpture with a bang like a Patriot missile, knocked a hole in the thigh of a good stone statue, and embedded the whole person in it. 64 palms, strengths were integrated into one, and they were thrown out with a single whip with taiji twisting and twisting. Hyuga Neji was out of luck. He smashed into the sculpture's thigh. He only felt that all his internal organs were displaced. The blood in his throat turned on the tap as if he didn't want money. He coughed hard, and there was nothing around him. A piece doesn't hurt. Kakashi, whose eyes were like goldfish, twitched his cheeks crazily, and said in horror as if he had been hit by the wind, "This is an internal injury. There is actually a second type of boxing in the world that can hurt the internal organs. What the hell is going on? Idiot, don't be ashamed of your superficial knowledge. If you have time, go home and read more books." He glanced at the so-called Hatake patriarch with infinite sarcasm, and looked at the field with arrogance. Some self-righteous 205, using their stupid ass-like heads to classify casually, Hyuga's boxing and Konoha-style fists are the inside and outside. If only the damage is calculated, then these 2 things should be grouped together. Impossible. How can Gangquan and gentle fist go together? Say that you are still ignorant, and there are internal and external boxing methods in the world. You train your muscles and skin on the outside, and you breathe on the inside. When you practice dark energy, you can still penetrate the 5 internal organs. Forget it. I don't understand anything with you guys. It's a waste of saliva for the layman to explain. The chief examiner, you should announce the result of the competition. Neji brother. Hyuga Neji, how dare you? The murderous eyes that looked down suddenly burst out. Hinata, who thought he wanted to apologize at the end of the game, flew out and caught the young secretary's livid yuhi. Ninja can't be judged by common sense. Miss, your fate is doomed. He coughed and lowered his vertical arms, and Hyuga Neji's eyes were full of contempt. The whole exam room was dead silent. It's a sneak attack. Shameless sneak attack. Are ninjas really unreasonable? Hyuga Neji, you are courting death. Stop. Don't be impulsive. Swish swish 4 figures stopped in front of him. Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Moonlight Hayate, Mitarashi Anko. It's important to take care of Hinata first. In one sentence, the Death Point released his clenched fist, and looked at the figure in the ruins through the gap between the four Jonin. Liamong said without any emotion, treasure the next time, you don't have much time to live. Quote. Humph. Cough cough. Medical class. In 2 exams, 3 candidates were seriously injured, and Lu Meng, who was protecting Hinata, looked at the doctor nervously. Where is the injury? Heart. With a very ugly face, he retracted the stethoscope, and the medical captain tilted his head and looked to the side. That kid killed him. Boom. Kakashi, are you trying to stop me? The forward punch was firmly grasped by the open fingers, and Sharingan, the head of the Hatake family, was very serious. The grievances in the examination room were resolved. You have to wait a month for revenge, and you can't touch him now. What if I want to move? Countless eyes gathered. Liamong slowly looked around for a week, and withdrew his fist in resentment. Hello, very good, pray to the gods and Buddhas in the sky, if there is something wrong with Hinata. Quote. Text chapter 28 _ the 10th class preparing to go to the study. Hearing that Moonlight Hayate announced that Hyuga Neji had won the second challenge, the brothers of the Konoha gang sank. Interesting academy. Shikamaru frowned and folded his hands. Choji, Gabar, shattered the palm of the hand. Aburame Shino silently pushes the sunglasses. Inazuka Kiba's eyes are full of anger. The remaining Uzumaki Naruto was the only one who made a fuss, jumping and shouting, jumping up and down. Why, how can it be judged that the abominable Byakugan man won? Ahem, although I don't want to admit it, ninjas really can't follow common sense. The last one was Hyuga Neji. No matter what happened before, he won. It's not fair. Enough, Naruto. Looking back coldly and shouting to stop the commotion, he said in a dignified manner, it's fine if he wins, I can kill him righteously after a month. Boom. Boss, you. Flowering. It's really troublesome, this kid is killing it. With a gloomy old face, he grabbed the pipe, and after taking a few puffs, Hokage thought for a solution. Hyuga Neji is a genius born out of the Hyuga family, and if it follows the past practice, it will naturally be guaranteed. But today Hyuga Hinata, Miss Main Clan, who has always been undervalued, has suddenly emerged, which is really not an ordinary trouble. You must know that Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga family, had given up on this little girl and supported her sister Hyuga Hanabi instead. How will the Hyuga family choose? As a shadow of a village, Sarutobi Hiruzen has many questions to think about. And there is a bigger trouble here, the former Hatake family who changed the surname to Kuchiki, the abandoned heir Kuchiki Liamong. Even if you think about it with your feet, you can understand the value of this bastard. The extraordinary physical skills revealed in the previous battle with Lee Rock, and the bizarre boxing skills Hyuga Hinata used afterward, are all eye-catching secret skills. Especially the latter, Hinata didn't open Byakugan at the time. In other words, that weird boxing technique that can defeat the Hyuga-style profound art is likely to be learned by everyone, and does not need to rely on any blood. The bigger the cake, the bigger the trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help sighing when he remembered the 2 scrolls he handed in earlier. How many people have you practiced to death? There is no problem with the scroll, and the training method is no problem, but people still practice one after another to death. 3 generations of Hokage did not suspect that Liamong was playing tricks in the scrolls, but after repeated investigations several times, he still found no doubts with his eyesight. That means that what is written on the scroll is genuine. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen has absolute confidence. Who is he? He is the living encyclopedia of Konoha, a generation of ninja who is known as Dr. Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen never believed that Liamong could do something wrong under his nose. This is confidence and strength. The end of the second exam, I took a short rest. The 3 Sunagaku brothers and sisters in the stands had different expressions. Kan Julong had long since lost his arrogance, and cold sweat kept dripping from his bells and whistles and painted cheeks, Konoha genin is like this. Strength. Impossible, they should be only a few. Tremblingly grabbing the Samsung fan to hide his horror, Tamari was full of worry. Heihei168.com. Hearing her brother and sister's obviously weak words, Gaara hugged her head frantically. Kill them, their blood must be delicious, ha 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 ha. Oops. This is even more troublesome. Gaara. Go away. One of the elder sisters who wanted to get close but didn't dare to get close, the son of the fourth generation of Kazekage, the one-tailed Jinchuriki column force opened his eyes wildly, the dark panda eyes were full of bloodshot. Kill it. I must kill them. Blood, I want blood. Mom. Done. The monster inside him is about to wake up again. Cold sweat broke out and retreated again and again. Kan Julong, who has been afraid of Gaara since she was a child, wished she could find a hole and burrow into it immediately. Tamari, who was standing next to him, stretched out his hand nervously, opened his mouth to say something, but was too afraid to speak. Gaara became more and more mad, fine sand kept rising from the ground, and a terrifying breath spread throughout the audience. 3-generation-old man was stunned, that child. Akamaru. The two cute little front paws tried their best to open their collars and get into their arms. Akamaru Wuwu, who was hiding in Inuzuka Kiba's arms, shivered and refused to show her head. Shikamaru tilted his head with a troubled face. Looks like they are big trouble. The 3 Gaara siblings were wary of the Konohas, and the Konohas also discovered their abnormality. Looking at each other in the air, the intense sparks rang endlessly. Suddenly, a middle finger stood up. You guys, are you looking for a beating? Arms and sleeves, he pouted his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Uzumaki Naruto took 2 steps forward and rubbed his nose sharply. Gaara's bloodthirsty eyeballs immediately skyrocketed 3 times. The enemy and the enemy are collectively Sparta. Who is this idiot kid? Is he sick? Ahaha, don't answer him, his nerves are not normal. Pulling Naruto behind him and smiling, Haruno Sakura waved his hand brightly. Naruto, who didn't know how to die, still wanted to step forward, and a bunch of shadows connected to his feet. Kiba. Understood. The oversized baseball bat drawn from the sky tapped on the ground, and Naruto finally found the wrong one and said awkwardly, What do you want to do? Home run. A stick was blasted out of the sky, and an unwilling wolf howl came from the distant Namek. Ah. Wait for me, my Uzumaki Naruto will come back. Ding. The splendid meteor disappeared far away in the night sky of Yuhi. After finishing the trouble, Inuzuka Kiba turned back to fight the baseball bat, waved his hands and shouted, It's gone, it's all gone. What to see? Well, will Kiba come back? Sakura, who looked nervous, didn't even dare to mention her name. Inuzuka Kiba, who was instantly petrified, was silent for a long time and covered his forehead. Don't tell me this, my stomach hurts. I hope he won't come back. Shikamaru patted Kiba's shoulder with understanding, and then shook his pineapple head in trouble. But according to past practice, we can only hope that he will come back a little slower. How much slower is it? Sakura bit her fingertips timidly, holding her heart in fear. About winter, Ino said in a harsh tone. 1,000 years later, Shino was even more ruthless than her. Until the end of the world. Choji resolutely took his last sip. Haruno Sakura was confused. Is it possible? Konoha Xiaoqiang looked at each other, looked at the roof of the opening and recited the blessing of Bodhisattva. The 3 Gaara sisters and brothers stayed in the same place blankly. Are these guys some brains? Finding that the situation seemed to be out of control, Moonlight Hayate quickly coughed and announced the start of the 3rd challenge. Turning around and staring at the constantly rolling big screen, looking at the familiar names that flashed from time to time, the candidates who had not yet participated in the challenge all fixed their gazes. What a hassle. I'm hungry. Have you 2 finished? Angrily clenched her fists and clenched Silver Kiba, and Ino's sister, who had thrown her ponytail, was fed up. As soon as the troublesome expression faded, Shikamaru pulled his teammates to the corner with little seriousness, bit his ears mysteriously. Listen to what you two say next. As the captain, I have to remind you. Wait, when did you become the captain? Why doesn't my mother know? Cough cough, let's put this question aside for now, pay attention to what I have to say. With black lines all over his forehead, Shikamaru shifted his gaze slightly to the next opponent. Although the most troublesome one has already been eliminated, it's like an accidental outbreak. We don't know if the rest of these guys have any backers. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are all big enemies, and the 10-10 of Hyuga Neji Rock team should also be difficult to deal with. Strong generals have no weak soldiers. Those two guys are strong in that way. Their teammates are underdogs for no reason. Who said that maybe that woman with a beanbag on her head is a bad guy? Okay, we have to think about the worst. Naruto, you have all seen Sasuke's strength. If you encounter them, quickly admit defeat. 10-10, you can try it first. Anyway. The third challenge, Yamanaka Inav's Haruno Sakura. Players from both sides please leave the field. Wow, ha 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 ha, my mother's luck is so good, and I haven't met any opponents in my interests. How can Sakura's wide forehead nympho be my mother's opponent? Look at me like this and then like this. Shikamaru. Choji. The candidates ended up facing each other, the former friend and now the rival in love. One fan Yuhi, one bright yellow, one heroic, one sassy, standing together and shaking their arms like two fried hens. Sakura, you can't beat me. Sasuke doesn't like to be around girls with wide foreheads. Ino, what nonsense are you talking about? Sasuke confessed to me yesterday. Wow, is it dark now? Ino said, raising his head and blinking curiously. Sakura rattled his joints. What do you mean by that? Ino didn't answer Sakura's doubts, and nodded solemnly at the sunset. It's not dark, no wonder. What the hell do you mean? Don't understand. I don't know. I really don't understand. I really don't understand. It's dawn. Ino blinked in surprise. You don't even know this. You bastard. I'm a bastard, and you're a fool with a wide forehead. If Sasuke can confess to you, my mother will swallow the whole flower shop at home. Then go home and eat it. Boo, boo. The electric flowers collided violently, and the two stared cross-eyed collided like a bull. Forehead to forehead, eyelids to eyelids, and the little hands below you pinch me and twist it. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to escalate, Sakura suddenly and solemnly tore off his forehead guard. Forget about Ino, now I'm not interested in fighting with you anymore. What did you say? Don't you understand? Sakura said confidently, because you are not worthy of Sasuke at all, and your strength is so weak, how can you be my opponent? Haruno Sakura, who do you think you are, and dare to talk to my mother like that? You crybaby, don't be too arrogant. Looking at the two girls below who were talking more and more, the audience in the stands covered their cheeks in unison. As a class teacher, Sarutobi Asuma opened his mouth and exhaled a gloomy smoke. Is it really the age of love? For love, I don't even want friendship. Teacher Asuma, they should want to play a serious game. Shikamaru, the captain, was very clear about Ino's character. Because of Naruto's relationship, he also knew something about Sakura. Don't look at the fact that the two girls are talking about Sasuke with their mouths open and shut, but they are actually mad at each other. Hey, what a troublesome woman. Women are really troublesome, and a woman who is in love is even more troublesome. Why do I have such troublesome teammates? Trouble, 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 when can I stop being troublesome? Muttered like a monk chanting scriptures into his ears, and Choji stuck 2 tablets in his mouth, pretending he didn't hear it. Asuma grinned to the back of his ears and turned his head, stiff as if he had just been hit by a 108,000-pound Dinghaishin needle. Ding! A kunai collided, and the third challenge began. Wu Jing. Guanyin. Let's fight. ... Text chapter 29 _ towards the rhythm of the sky. Tsukasa Kiba said and pushed his teammates standing beside him. Shino, what time is it? 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Baidu Interesting Academy. Oh, so boring. Are they still fighting? Naruto, who fell in a daze, rubbed his face hard. I don't know, pay attention to the image. The image is a fart. With sleepy eyes, he turned his head to the third Hokage, who was winking wildly, and nodded his head. Inuzuka Kiba subconsciously wanted to go to the kennel. It's time for Akamaru to get up. Hey, you guys, muttered to the old man in a vague way. Choji's troublesome big belly is really comfortable to lie down. Squinting again, looking at the yellow feces squeezed out of the corner of the old man's eyes, Uzumaki Naruto yawned and fell back asleep. Shikamaru, who was awakened, kicked him seriously. Image, strong, tiredly swinging Xiaoman's waist and raising his chest. Ino, who opened his mouth and closed his mouth, estimated that they should finish the fight at dawn. Sakura, can you hold on? Ino, I think it's because of you that you can't do it. Lala's clothes turned over, and she said, how many times has this been? How long will they fight? Exhausted. Sakura, who was also panting and panting, touched the empty ninja bag. Her broad forehead was swooping with crystals, and she was cutting next to her, right? Who said that? The old lady is better than you. Sakura, you can't do it. Weighing the blackened gray circles around his eyes, he glanced at the wall clock on the wall. Moonlight Hayate felt that he should go back and ask him this infinitely profound question. Bar. I think it's your fault. You punch, I kick, you punch, I kick, 2 tired unborn grandsons, maybe he should have a son. Half an hour passed by. In the direction of Sunagakure village, Tamari, leaning on a 3-star fan, slumped his head, bewildered. The ninjas in the stands watched with a squeak-like gasp. Agree. Is it really good to do this? Blindly glanced in the direction of Konoha, pillow, Gaara didn't know when to sit on the top of the gourd. Marky said, why don't we go back to sleep? Good job, especially when there's a monster in here. What if Gaara fell asleep? Tamari wanted to agree but was afraid of losing face of Sunagakure village. As the leading teacher, Maki was instantly distressed, and led the 3 young masters and young ladies to participate in the middle, me. 1,000 years. Or an eternal. 1,000 eternal, even the Ashes Jonin from Sunagakure village, who seemed to have countless grass and mud horses running through his heart, quickly shook his head, feeling that it was necessary for the 2 girls below to take the test quickly. You 2 are blind. This way, look this way, I rely on. Also become fossils. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Jonin, who didn't want to become a fossil, glanced around and found that no one was paying attention to him, and threw a ninja bag. How long have they been fighting? Sakura skinny monkey. I'm going to kill you. Ino, give up, you can't beat me. Sakura, it's better to come up and try again if you have the strength to speak. The old lady promised to go on, shouting in her heart, take it quickly, wow, pull it back, Akamaru, do you think we are the 2? Look at the trick. Crackle, after wow cha. Hokage of all dynasties is on, haven't they finished it yet? 1 punch will send you back to the west. Ino pig head. This is a long time when you should get some breakfast back. Wow. Aha, it seems that you agree. Well, Inuzuka Kiba, who came back with the ninja dog, looked at the 2 girls who were still fighting for their lives, rubbed his head and turned his eyes to think about it. Inuzuka Kiba, who came back with a hill on his back, pretended to be uncle, let's go slower this time. I think, should we fight a bear, or should we fight a bear, or should we fight a bear? Enchung swallowed. Well, this has to be prevented. Picking up firewood, wearing meat skewers, and looking inside and out, Inuzuka Kiba looked at Uchi. Akamichi Choji was lying there with a big pancake face and was playing with the bearskin, and Aburame Shino, who beat him, was very doubtful whether this little fat man would be hungry. Guys, who are you on fire? No. Neither do I. Hasasuke, hey, let's light the fire. Ursukuko sat in the stands with her hands folded together, and didn't even look this way. There the hole. That thing seems to be his code detonator. Run. Ha ha ha, you all don't have it, I have it. The yellow note that was flying with sparks was thrown into the firewood, and Uzumaki Naruto proudly hugged him. Cut. I want to kill him. Choji shook his head, still eating well. I rely on your sister, me. With a loud bang, Naruto Uzumaki, who exploded into a meteor, flew out into the sky, and Konoha sat down around the fire. The scent of the thing wafted in all directions, and a group of uninvited hungry wolves swallowed their saliva. I think it should be steamed. Peeling or bleeding first. Your words and my words, you decided to turn back and turn into African refugees. Shikamaru said, oh my gosh, who is this? Why Kurenai Yuhi also rubbed her hands with a smile with the owner of Hatake who wanted to pick up ready-made cheap, followed by a group of shameless Konoha hungry wolves. Example, Sarutobi, S Revenge Gangster's roasted bear meat. Standing behind her back with a cracked pipe, I'm coming, even a beautiful woman like her has learned to eat for free. Bring me a medium rare. I want sma. Another example, Mitarashi Anko. Break time. The stunned ninjas stayed in place. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Cough, this is not an example of 8 points. I want. Have you had enough trouble? It's really our village west being sluggish. Asuma is smoking. Mitarashi Anko twitched and stretched out his slender fingers. The old Madara's chicken feet quickly swiped and pulled, and the old Sarutobi, who had touched a piece of meat, floated away. Film. Countless crows croaked over their heads, and the Konoha and big ninjas flowed out black lines all over their faces. I rely on it. Damn old man, that piece of meat is mine. Damn old man. This puts the dog. The clanging noise smashed Yunxiao, and the 2 girls who were ignored in the examination room looked at each other, Xiaoqing, and rushed towards the barbecue frantically. Don't grab it, that piece of meat is mine. Anko, you can't do that. Are you trying to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack? Sakura clenched the kunai suspiciously, all over it like cat scratches, and purred while feeling her belly. Why don't we both have something to eat? Ino smiled and lifted the drooping blonde hair. Eat, Kakashi forbids, then let's eat something together. Sakura glanced back in a heartbeat. Scratches. Ino was not happy anymore. Look at what you said, based on the relationship between the 2 of us, can I still lie to you? Aren't you hungry? Come back and fight again when you are full. Right together. Stupid, still fooled. Ino nodded with a smile. Eat. Then what are you waiting for? Kuudang, who was in the palm of his hand, squeaked and covered his stomach. If you don't go, I can go by myself. With a jade arm, in the moonlight Hayate's expectant gaze. Ninja, the art of turning the heart. Oops. It's over. Is it finally over? Skinned Sakura pounced on the grilled meat. Behind her, a pair of slender handpals shouted coquettishly, as if watching the passing person, Master Chief Examiner, I recognize this challenge. Get out of here. The body that suddenly froze in the middle of the jump froze for a long time, and Sakura, who slowly looked back, raised up. Prehistoric monster. How can a man have 2 spiritual bodies? Sakura, this guy. Damn Ino, how dare you! The tall spirit body like a mountain kicked the intruder away in anger, and Ino, who fled back in embarrassment, stared blankly at what? It's like 2 people. Don't think you're the only one with a gimmick when the boring 3rd challenge suddenly takes a historic turn. Secret mystery. Li Ying's combination technique has completely reduced me to a pig's head. Sma's cigarettes lit up his beard. The barbecued meat in Mitarashi Anko's mouth is stuffed into his throat. Looking at Haruno Sakura, who was furious and mad in the examination room, the audience became Spartan collectively. 3 generations of Hokage's pipe fell to the ground, and it was Cassie who took over the right to speak, and the whirling 3 Tomo Sharingan stared at the extreme. It's really terrifying, Sakura's strength exposed at this moment is so shocking. This is far better than Hinata's bizarre punches or also shocking killer moves. Sarutobi is attacking the physique, you look at her feet. Reaching out and pointing at Sakura's golden power, this kind of ability can already be called invincible at the same level, if she can. Kakashi, what the heck is that? The madman guy was not there. As the old enemy, Karen used two different moves at the same time. The center of gravity was bound to be unstable. See, every time Sakura hits the ground, only one foot hits the ground, and the other. Physique. One person uses two at the same time. This is such a high rating that it is difficult for her to come up with such a solution. The talent of this child is probably higher than that of Naruto and Sasuke. If it wasn't for the bad background, I am afraid that the ninja world will not participate in the attack and will move elsewhere. This is because she has to maintain her focus. A frightened look into the field. Price. Who is Tsunade? That is the princess who was proclaimed by the name of the country of fire in the previous generation, and the strongest woman who stood proudly at the peak of the ninja world. Mr. Tsunade appeared. Shock. Infinite shock, thank you. The third challenge, which I thought was just a fight between children, actually witnessed the rise of another strong woman in the ninja world. I listened to Kakashi's stern analysis. The ninjas around me no longer had their previous impatience, and I just woke up with a startled look. Is ye going to go against the sky? Quote. Text chapter 30_Naruto, can you have a limit? I won this time. It's more convenient to read on mobile phones m.heihei168.com. Damn, it's cheap for you. He fell into his friend's arms without finishing a sentence, and Ino's tired pretty face was filled with a little bit of disappointment and relief. Moonlight Hayate, who was finally relieved, raised his right hand. I announce that the third challenge will be played by Haruno Sakura. Thump. Medical class. It's alright, it's just that you're out of strength, just rest for a while. The medical captain who got up quickly rolled his eyelids from side to side and let out a long breath. This time, he was relieved that there were no serious injuries. After all, there were still two big troubles to be sent back to deal with. Looking at the violent girl who fell with her friend like a cherry blossom off the field, the ninjas of Sunagakure village were speechless. Tamari. Kan Julong. Gaara. The three children of 4 generations of Kazekage, boys and girls who have inherited different inheritances of Sunagakure village, all have a kind of silent silence and madness. You must not let her get close. Tamari said very firmly. She didn't want to be surrounded by 2 people who had the same mind. This ability is too unhuman. Kankuro cut his voice with a pretense of disdain, and hummed sternly, it's just a useless body technique. Kill her, I'm going to kill her, her blood must be delicious. It's so funny, so funny. Ha 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 ha. Gaara. The terrifying murderous intent could no longer be suppressed, and Akamaru wanted to drill into Inuzuka Kiba's arms. Halfway through the drill, he spit out white foam, and the cracked pipe in Hokage's hand snapped into pieces. That kid. Lord Hokage, let's take our leave. Tamari, Kankuro, take Gaara away immediately. Maki-sensei looked at his younger brother, who was obviously abnormal, and Sunagakure Puppet Master didn't have the sense of being an older brother at all. Tamari stretched out his hand hesitantly. Silver Kiba grabbed Gaara's collar with a bite. Let's go home. Home? Do I have a home? The confused little panda followed his sister away in a daze. Watching their backs leaving, Akamichi Choji patted his stomach and said, Asuma-sensei, I don't want to fight anymore. Fighting such a terrifying guy, isn't it life-threatening? You can't do this kind of thing, and you can't even kill it. Although I am a little plump, I am not stupid. Looking at Akamichi Choji's resolute look, Sarutobi Asuma's head is like a golden hoop. Why did he accept such an apprentice? The scene of the peers, jokes appeared in front of him, and the teacher leading the 10th class smiled with difficulty. Choji, why do you suddenly don't want to fight? I'm full. Is it related to eating, being full and not wanting to fight? Asuma stared at Choji's bulging belly in dismay. Akamichi Choji answered very seriously. Mom said that you need to sleep when you are full to keep your body plump. I am full now, so I have to sleep. Kacha was struck by a dull thunder in the forehead, and the completely collapsed Asuma was speechless. What is the answer? Is the Akamichi family preparing to raise pigs? Well, they do look like pigs, but I don't want to be considered a big brother. Thinking of being teased by his colleagues, Asuma, who didn't want to look up, became anxious. Choji, are you afraid? No, I want to sleep. Choji answered with certainty. Asuma raised his voice excitedly. You're still afraid? No, I just want to sleep. Choji's affirmative expression seemed to loosen. Asuma went berserk. You must be scared. Okay, I'm scared. Choji spit out the teacher's words after asking 3 times. Thump. Falling down, Asuma, who could not be beaten, fainted. Shikamaru, who was full of black lines next to him, covered his forehead. He was indeed a troublesome teammate, troublesome fighting spirit, troublesome strength, everything was so troublesome. Akamichi Choji, whose nostrils turned into exhaust pipes, clenched his fists like a knockoff Harley that couldn't catch fire. Don't choose me, don't choose me, don't. Do not. How can you do this? Asuma-sensei, I'm dizzy, I'm really dizzy. He said he was dizzy. He fell to the ground in a daze, and put Choji, who had been shaken up by his senior brother, horizontally, and Asuma, who was scratching the melon, looked around, and Yuhi's bearded face turned into a monkey's butt. Shikamaru. Don't call me, I'm dizzy too. Plop fell to the ground and rolled his eyes, and the 10th class, who had no motivation, became the focus. Just when Asuma was speechless and burst into tears, a big flag with colorful Madara floated down the examination room. The flag was gray Yuhi in the east and turdish green in the west, mixed together in all colors except white. The banner was falling, and the young man who slowly appeared was solemnly facing the sky, holding a hammer in his left hand and a chisel in his right hand, and the scandium went straight to the sparks. The 2 big brushes crossed on the back looked like an X, and the row of small brushes on his forehead looked like a fool. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at the unparalleled super big fool. Ha ha ha, I'm so stupid, I am the future 5 generations of Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto is also. When, come and worship me. This idiot. His equipment is all magic horses. Are you sure he's not here to sing? 1, 2, 3, 4, countless eyes gathered, and the crazy Uzumaki Naruto flicked a big brush and wrote 2 lines of characters in a blink of an eye. 5 generations of Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto ginseng on. How are you all afraid? Afraid of your sister. Shikamaru, who had pantothenic acid in his stomach, fought back his nausea and bumped into his friend next to him. Choji, please do something, go down and solve that troublesome guy, I'm deprived of oxygen. I'm missing too. Didn't you say you would admit defeat if you touch him? I admit it. You don't need to admit it now, you go and deal with him. But I fell asleep. Can you talk when you are asleep? Well, I'm sleepwalking. Then let's swim together. The bleak autumn wind rustled past, and a monkey named Big Brother stayed where he was. Asuma, that's the student you taught. Yuhi, listen to me, I really don't know them. Yuhi's old face fell to the ground, and Sarutobi Asuma wished he could find an ant hole to burrow into. A look of unbelievable blinking, Kurenai Yuhi floated away like a cloud. Of the Big Brother, whose liver was shattered into countless pieces, he turned his head full of dejection, swayed to Choji's side like a robot, picked it up and threw it down. You go down. No more. Can't you get down? No more. Release the handle. Not loose. Are you loose? It's not easy to kill me. Hearing the sound, he glanced at the 2 masters and apprentices who were clinging to the railing. Kakashi was taken aback. Kurenai Yuhi is sluggish. 3 generations of Hokage shivered like a stroke. Countless Konoha ninjas covered their cheeks and tried to dig a hole in the ground in shame. Uzumaki was stunned for a long time. He first turned his head to look at the stopped big screen, and then turned to look at Choji hanging in the air. He finally realized who his opponent was. He said excitedly, "Why is this big fat pig fighting with me? It's too embarrassing. I don't do it, I want to replace it." Grabbed the railing, and Choji, who wouldn't let go after saying anything, let go. With a muffled sound, looking at the meatball that smashed the ground into a sinkhole, Uzumaki Naruto trotted to Moonlight Hayate. "Master Examiner, please change me, I don't want to fight this fat man. I am if you want to be a Hokage man, how can you deal with such a big fat pig? You change it for me, Sasuke, Sasuke benefits, I want to fight Sasuke, or Inuzuka Kiba can do it. Please, change me, this fatty is so stupid, stupid like a big fat pig. Hey, don't you run away. Whirlpool, vortex, Naruto, human. Ah, what did you ask me to do?" Hearing the sound, he turned his head and jumped to a height of 8 feet. Looking at Akamichi Choji, whose nostrils and eyes were pierced by fire and evolved into a fire-breathing dragon, Uzumaki Naruto swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Big fat pig, no, it's the big fat man, what are you doing? I'm going to kill you, it's called plump, not fat. And I'm not some big fat pig, you nasty little monkey. Big fat pig, who are you calling the little monkey? The needle pointed at the wheat, the brush pointed at the pig's head. Akamichi Choji's anger burned over the entire forest of death. Ninja, the technique of super doubling, I will crush you. The rumbling house collapsed, and looking at the transparent roof where the bricks and tiles smashed, 10,000 grass and mud horses popped up in the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage. Immediately afterwards, the 10,000 grass mud horses became 100,000. Does it make a big difference? Let's see what the stakes are for the next 5 generations of Hokage. The art of shuriken from all directions has changed for me. 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100, 100 becomes 1000. Countless Uzumaki Naruto threw countless kunai, and a meteor shower like locusts reminded all the old ninjas of the Third Ninja War. Is this going to go against the sky? These 2 boys are crazy. No, I have to run away. Wait for me, I also run. The ninjas who ran out of the central tower in a blink of an eye found a tree fork nearby and squatted and watched, dragging a towering ancient tree with one hand and turning Akamichi Choji into Super Mario, jumping, stepping, and screaming. The immortal Naruto turned into thousands, and the ants rushed up like eating elephants. Shuriken, big brush, paint bucket, toilet stopper, everything that can be thought of and unexpected, all smashed at Choji. Big fat pig, let me down. The one who is going to fall is your technique of crossing the street. You are a scumbag. Looking at Akamichi Choji, who couldn't beat himself, jumping high and lying down, the Spartan Naruto turned his head and ran away in an instant. The rumbling sky collapsed, and the troubled central tower was reduced to history. Uzumaki Naruto, who was struggling from the dust, looked around with his head full of bags, and suddenly patted his thighs and laughed wildly. Wow, ha ha, big fat pig, in the end, you can't do it. Oh yeah, oh. What are you doing? The 3 colored pills from the ninja bag snapped open, and Akamichi Choji's anger boiled into an ocean. Hurry up and stop him. Shut up that idiot. Oh, sell high, this is really troublesome. Excited that Shikamaru dashed for his life, and at the last moment Shikamaru finally stopped his friend and wiped his cold sweat. Just when he was about to say something, Uzumaki Naruto got close to Choji who couldn't move, and snatched the glass box with a stinky face. Big fat pig, are these jelly beans in it? Why haven't I seen you eat them before? Well, I'll pay for it. Well. Crispy, chicken flavored, mushy. This idiot. Is that something edible? What's going on? How am I not feeling right? What is that evil aura? Kyuubi 9 tails, that is the breath of Kyuubi 9 tails. Run now. I want to go home. Kakashi, where have you died? Kakashi, hurry back and stop him. Patriarch, I am small and weak, I will leave this job to you. I am lost on the road of life. Kakashi. I cannot hear. Text chapter 31 _ the most shameless family in the world. I announce that the fourth challenge will be won by Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone applauds and observes a moment of silence. Hayate, who was standing in the endless ruins, took off his hat and saluted and gave the first speech, and a circle of black-clothed ninjas stood outside. At the memorial meeting, Naruto's little face was pale and ragged, the central tower with the shed lost and the wall collapsed, and only half of the crumbling broken stands remained, showing its heroic and tenacious vitality. Is this kid really dead? Inuzuka Kiba nodded and took a look inside, then whispered, why do I feel like he's sleeping? I feel the same. I think so too. Why don't we go in and take a look? Although this guy is a bit fucked up, he's not used to it without him. Well, let's go have a look then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 7, the ninja, who was cautiously approaching him, was about to check, when Uzumaki Naruto, who was lying dead, suddenly stood up straight. There was a soft clicking sound, and the hands and feet of the people who were blown by the whimper wind were cold. Sakura. Sasuke. Inuzuka Kiba. Alumni of the same period swallowed hard, and the nearest sister Ino bravely stretched out her slender fingers, shivering and pausing under her nose. In an instant, a cold air permeated the whole body. Blast! Blast the corpse! Help! Wait for me! Hey, where are the people? Where are the people? Sakura Sasuke. Sakura, why did I hear someone calling you? The second assistant who was running slowed down and turned to look at the teammates who were following him. Sakura looked back suspiciously. I heard someone calling you too. The thorns stopped their footsteps, and the Konohas stood still for a long time and walked back silently. I knew that guy wouldn't die. He's Xiao Qiangming. What is Xiao Qiang? Xiao Qiang is a cockroach. Is cockroach life strong? It's very strong. You can live if you pull your head off. Then let's chop off his head next time. Cut it down for what? When the ball kicks. The candidates returned and the game continued, with the remaining 5 genins standing together. Uchiha Sasuke stood there with both hands and Kabuto posing cool, an ice cube face stinking to death. Interesting academy. Inuzuka Kiba, who was hugging Akamaru, couldn't stop sniffing, and his unruly eyes were not good. A troubled face, Shikamaru lowered his head and kept rubbing a piece of rotten turf with his right toe, as if he had a grudge against it. The rest of Aburame Shino was silent, and Eternal's unchanged zombie face couldn't splash water. Tenten grinned and threw kunai one by one, aiming at the juniors who might become opponents. Who will it be? The 5th challenge match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Inuzuka Kiba. Please step back for the rest of the candidates. The note received from the 3rd generation old man was opened, and Moonlight Hayate coughed out his name. It's not my turn yet, what a disappointment. Kuwuduo was spinning around. The shot into the tree pole, Tenten bored away. Shikamaru glanced at the ninja tool that was halfway under the tree, and touched his nose with a helpless expression on his face. Shino pushed his glasses and glanced at Kiba before disappearing silently. The north wind rose and the sun was falling. Looking at the opponent who seemed to be standing at the end of the horizon, Inuzuka Kiba clicked his tongue twice. I said Urzuzi, I didn't expect that we would collide with each other. This uncle doesn't want to beat the disabled. Take your chance and admit defeat. What a madman, I'll let you know what the glory of Uchiha is. Hey, you're still stubborn. I said Ursuke, you're the only one in the Uchiha family. If you break it here, your family will be extinct. Presumptuous. You are courting death. Woo, woo, the sparks went straight, and seeing the wrong atmosphere, the Moonlight Hayate waved his right hand, turned around and ran away. He walked on the front foot, and Sasuke jumped up on the back foot. Kaden Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. In the 6 years of school life, Ursukuko and the Konoha gang had a lot of fights, and he naturally knew the details of Inuzuka Kiba. In terms of speed alone, this shit-smelling guy is not much slower than the little Lee who takes off his weight, plus that troublesome family secret technique, it is better not to get close. Several sparks spit out, and the back of the neck hurts. Inuzuka Kiba didn't do much, and her Sukako fell first. With a muffled sound, Kakashi, who was standing far away from the treetops, sank his face, and the 3 generations of Hokage next to him were blowing smoke rings. Don't stop him, even after a long rest, if that thing doesn't deal with it. Trust him, that kid is not easy. So confident, the 3-generation-old man looked at his disciple and grandson in amazement. This slacker even has moments of energy. The head of the Hatake family smiled brightly, and then sighed, that kid's surname is Uchiha. 3 generations of Hokage fell silent. In the ruins, 2 teenagers are staring. Why? No, just admit defeat. Walking unscathed, Inuzuka Kiba looked down at the ground with a sneer. Urzuzi covered her neck and slowly raised her head, her dark pupils gradually filled with unwillingness and struggle. Surely not. Once chakra is used, this shit will be restless, just like Sharingan before. So. Yeah, you sneak attack. He suddenly kicked up and swung back to the enemy, and Sasuke, who shoved his right hand into the ninja bag, threw out several shuriken. The spinning cross dart shot close. Inuzuka Kiba sneered and shook his body. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly froze in place. He who dares to despise Uchiha's glory, accept his arrogant punishment. What? Look at those shuriken. The hollow cross darts nailed to the wall of the ruins, each attached to a slender steel wire. Sasuke, who had 10 fingers and Kiba teeth at the same time, showed scorn. The surrounding ninjas were amazed. As expected of Uchiha's clansmen, their accomplishments in ninja gear were so superb. What will the boy against him do? Feeling the pain of a split, Inuzuka Kiba raised his head angrily. Secondary, you are not comfortable with yourself. Akamaru. Wong. Against the Inuzuka clan, you can never ignore their ninja dogs. Although Akamaru is not big, he can't be timid. Squinting at the little white dog who was flying at him, and then at Inuzuka Kiba, who was bound by steel wire, Urzuzi's heart was ruthless, forming a tiger print. What is he going to do? Too reluctant. Kaden Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. The flames that endured the pain burned halfway along the steel wire, and Ursukako, whose legs and wrists were bitten by the dog, could no longer collapse his hands. At the lines of fire burning from both sides of his body, Inuzuka Kiba raised the back of his hand and rubbed his nose. Sasuke, who forced Akamaru back with one foot, covered the back of his neck with a cold face, knowing that ninjutsu could no longer be used. After only 2 times, this ghastly thing felt like a riot. Do you still want to fight? The eldest son of the Uchiha family. No, it's an orphan. Inuzuka Kiba, stop playing such irritating little tricks, you're just a pile of stinky shit in front of me. Uchiha Sasuke, it looks like you don't want to. 2 bad-tempered guys collided. Tianlei stirred the ground fire, poured boiling oil into the boiling water, and blinked in one place. With his fists and feet, Sasuke felt that Sasuke was not as weak as he imagined. Inuzuka Kiba stepped back twice, and called Akamaru to his side with a whistle. Orc clone. Anthropomorphic ninja beast ninja. Second assistant, I have to be serious. If I don't want to die, I will quickly admit defeat. Coldly at Inuzuka Kiba, who turned into a wild dog lying on the ground, and then looked at Inuzuka Kiba next to him and turned into a hanging dog, Uchiha Sasuke pulled out a lunge. Seeing the familiar pose, the audience was stunned. Tenten, who knew his teammates very well, couldn't help but exclaimed, Lee. That's Lee's posture. It's really hard to imagine that it's so similar. That's not just similarity, little girl. Kakashi, who was terrified and jumped to his side with a squinting smile, explained with admiration, that's a copy, a complete copy. This is the horror of the Uchiha family. As long as seen by those eyes, you can use it. Quote. This is stealing. What a shame. Tom. Countless ninjas fell to the ground. If Tintin's words got out, the masked man would come to talk to him the next day. But what the little girl said seems to be reasonable. The Uchiha family is indeed like a thief. Others have practiced things for a lifetime. They have learned it by sweeping their eyes and they are as good as others. This is not shameless stealing. What is it? Everyone was discussing the right and wrong of the Uchiha family, and Sasuke in the field once again plagiarized a taijutsu. Shadow Dance leaves. Kicked his chin and jumped up, feeling the corners of Inuzuka Kiba's eyes flashing from someone behind him. Second assistant, you are such an idiot. You'll know if you're an idiot or not. Let me end you with this self-created move. Pass Kiba. The stillborn lion fell into the air without even shouting its name, and Inuzuka Kiba, who flew far away, volleyed and fell to the ground. You're an idiot and you're still not convinced. Aerial combat, do you have the ability to fight in the air? Now it's my turn. Not good. Looking at the opponent standing side by side with the ninja dog, Sasuke, who was in the air, twitched his pupils. It's time to fight. Akamaru, come on. Kiba pass Kiba. It was a semi-finished product of a cyclone just now, but now it has become the complete body of two cyclones. Facing the secret technique of Inuzuka Kiba carrying a ninja dog, Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth with disdain. Eagle step. With both hands outstretched, they soared into the sky, and one foot stepped on it like an eagle fighting a rabbit. Boss, that's the boss's martial arts. Sasuke is too shameless. How could he just steal other people's things? This is really annoying. Shut up, Naruto, that's definitely not a simple plagiarism. Even I don't know the flamboyant martial arts. If Sasuke can use it, he should have improved it himself. The whirling three-tomo Sharingan stared at the determined boy in the air. Kakashi seemed to see his own childhood. At that time, he was also so amazing and brilliant, and his self-created S-level Reikiri profound meaning was deeply admired by his teacher. But later. Text chapter 32 _ if you hit it, but if you don't, bite it. You are really not fit to be the head of the house, Sharingan Kakashi. Baidu Interesting Academy. Raising his hand to touch the scar on his left eye, the head of the Hatake family stared at the battlefield silently. Who had kicked and stepped on Inuzuka Kiba a few times, threw the shuriken all the way. Kiba, who had several large footprints on his face, dodged angrily and waved his paws when he got close. Or Sukuko doesn't want to get close to him. Kiba guy fights and never plays with his fists, and he has to guard against him biting his mouth after he transforms. No one likes being bitten by dogs. What if you get tetanus? Get out of here. Konoha Gangkwan roundabout kick. The whirlwind is finished, and the strong wind blows, and the second assistant whose two legs turn into propellers is tired. 2-on-1, Inuzuka Kiba, who cooperated with ninja dogs, took advantage of the boss in the battle. Without the restraint of ninjutsu, it would be even more difficult to beat him. How to do? Sasuke was worried here, and Kiba, who was fighting, was helpless. Although due to the curse mark, Nisukuko can't use ninjutsu, nor can Sharingan. But his physical technique is really good. Why didn't he find it before? Forget it, I can't control much. I fit in and pounced on Inuzuka Kiba who was in front of me, waved his paws and opened his mouth. I scratch. I scratch again. I'm scratching to death. If I can't bear it, I let the dog bite. Pass Kiba. Kiba pass Kiba. After the chaotic attack is over, can everyone be optimistic? The poor Uzuzi has turned into a beggar from Shaoshueguo. Looking around, his hairstyle was messed up, his clothes were torn, and by Wawa's two rear buttocks had two big Kiba prints. I don't know if it was bitten by Kiba or by his little dog, Akamaru. If the latter is fine, if the former. The audience who shivered all over did not dare to think about it. Damn shit, I'm going to kill you. With a bang, he tore off the tattered shirt, and the bear Sasuke went mad. That pose. Is it possible? Another copy of the physique was opened, and the eyes of the audience immediately widened by 3 points. Gudong gudong, several mouthfuls of saliva swallowed. Uchiha Sasuke's body turned into a streamer. Lightning dance. Do not. By no means the same thing. Recovering from the memory, the heart of the head of the Hatake family sank to the bottom. Sasuke's ability to burst out at this moment is completely beyond his imagination. This level of physical skills is not something that genin can have, even in Jonin. When did he study? Kakashi, who also owns Sharingan, doesn't think what Sasuke is showing now is copy. Did that kid Liuman teach it? It seems possible, but I'm not sure. It's logically impossible. Kakashi is confused here. Inuzuka Kiba is there. Bang. Boom. 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 After being punched several times, the left and right sides of the two faces were swollen, turning black like a national treasure into a panda. He scratched Sasuke's face, and Sasuke didn't make him feel better. After one attack, the two separated, with claw marks on the left and fist marks on the right, and the eyes looking at each other were full of blood. Hit Yuhi in the eye. This really hit Yuhi in the eye. Uchiha Sasuke. Inuzuka Kiba. Damn bastard, you forced me. Has a unique trick. How could Inuzuka Kiba, who has been with the Liuman for a long time, not have it? That seal. Shadow clone. What to do with shadow clone at this time? Boom, 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 boom. The 5 figures collided with each other, and Kiba, who had 7 figures in total with Akamaru and the main body, suddenly raised their heads. Ooh. This is definitely not a dog barking. Inuzuka Kiba has returned to his ancestors with a howl, from a domestic ninja dog to a wild jackal, or 7 wolves. Second assistant is going to have bad luck. Naruto, what do you know? His eyes suddenly turned to his student. Kakashi, the so-called 7th class teacher, was terrible. Uzumaki Naruto, who didn't learn anything from him at all, turned his face to the side with a stinky face, and didn't want to pay attention to him at all. The surrounding ninjas stared, and all shook their heads speechlessly. In the end, it was Haruno Sakura who was worried about Sasuke and told the truth. That's Xingyi Quan taught by the boss. What imitates animal boxing? He doesn't know how to practice it. Kiba learned this trick from the Timberwolves, and I helped him at the beginning. Xingyi Quan, imitation of animal boxing. Frowned and exchanged glances with the 3 generations of Hokage. The head of the Hatake family had a cloud of suspicion. It seems that these things Liamong made are not recorded in the family classics. Where did he learn it? In fact, what Kakashi didn't know was that Liamong itself is half a bucket of water. The taiji that Bengwan taught Hinata before, and the shape and meaning that Inuzuka Kiba used now, are all half understood. Hinata's little secretary can learn Tai Chi and develop the spiral twisting force, which is where other people's talents are placed. This little girl's talent is definitely the best in Hokage. How can she be an idiot in Hyuga Hiyashi's mouth if she can create a secret skill like the soft step and double lion fist? Abandoning Hinata was destined to be the biggest mistake of his life. After talking about the little secretary, let's talk about Inuzuka Kiba, the Liuman that is inconspicuous, and inconspicuous is just a mouthful, and he doesn't even know how to practice it. The main reason why Kiba developed this trick is his own family. Inuzuka itself has an attack method that imitates animals, and the simulacrum method is to turn people into animals. With Liamong's advice, Kiba, who had spent a lot of time with wild wolves in the mountains, naturally understood the current technique. 7 wolves. This is Inuzuka Kiba's biggest killer move. A wolf is never an animal that acts alone. Only a group of wolves is a truly terrifying existence. We're on. Ow! With a snarl, the electricity shot out, and Inuzuka Kiba led his shadow clone towards Sasuke. Compared to Naruto Uzumaki, who lacks a string in his head, Kiba's IQ is very smart. Cooperation. The essence of wolves lies in cooperation. It's beautiful. Classic. It's unimaginable. Shadow clones are all individuals with independent consciousness. Although they are separated by the same person, there is no difference in thinking, but after all, they are not the same person, and they cannot synchronize their thinking in battle. But Inuzuka Kiba's combined attacking technique at this moment seems to have the same mind. Naruto, can you do this too? Sakura asked in a timid voice. How many avatars Kiba can divide, and how much this kid in front of him can divide, it is definitely the difference between heaven and earth. If Naruto can cooperate like Inuzuka Kiba, that scene. Chishushu's gaze turned to his body, and the cool yellow-haired boy clasped his arms and shed a lot of cold sweat. Of course I do, haha, how could I not? Really? Sakura looked at Naruto's nervous look and seemed suspicious. Hearing his beloved girl's distrustful tone, Uzumaki Naruto became anxious. I helped Kiba to do this trick, how could I not? Sakura, you have to believe me. Come on, he's just bragging when he hears it. Shikamaru shook his head, but Shikamaru didn't even look at this stubborn idiot. Shadow clone that this kid broke out, he said that he cooperated, and it was not bad if he didn't fight on his own. Uzumaki can use it to cooperate, he will pull his head off and eat it. Damn troublemaker, how can you say that? What did I say? The black-faced XYZ who got close to him squeezed a bunch of them. Nara Shikamaru didn't know what was wrong, and he even quarreled with Naruto. The two guys with fire in their hearts were pinched together, and they were smashing into a mess. Akamichi Choji sat next to him and looked at it, and oh, he rushed in. Aren't you going to help? The blonde ponytail fell to his side, and Ino took his friend's shoulder. Haruno Sakura tilted her head and snorted, didn't you go too? Those two guys are your teammates. Ah, how do you know about this? Shouldn't I know? Should you know? Sakura, you'd better forget about it. I'm still single now. If I get angry, I will rob Sasuke from you. Pighead Ino, do you need to clean up? Why, it's amazing to win one game against the old lady. The sparks started to rise, and the second battlefield opened up again. One of the ninjas watching the battle next to each other was counted as one, and their old faces were all blackened. This is our newcomer at Konoha. Do we have tomorrow? Uchiha Sasuke, how long are you going to hold on, admit defeat? Damn. Looking around at the hungry wolves that came up from all around, it was already enough to beat one by two. Who knew that Inuzuka Kiba had such a disgusting method? 7-1, this is a bad move that a turtle calf came up with. It's too animal and too human. And what makes Ursukuko angry the most is that Kiba's real body will always cooperate with the ninja dog to entangle him, and then the clone will launch a surprise attack. This kind of trick beyond his previous imagination. Not only did he make a fool, but the ninja outside was also confused. Is Shadow Clone still used for this? In the past, everyone used this ninjutsu as cannon fodder, going out to attract firepower to listen for information, and then bring the news back after breaking up. But in the battle, the young people of the Inuzuka clan were so good that they regarded Shadow Clone as the main force, and would rather suffer themselves than let the clones be broken up. Innovation, this is innovation again. A Chunin exam has seen more novelties than many ninjas have seen in more than 10 years, and there is not a single piece of junk. If you can learn. Envious. Yuhi. Dry eyes. Ninjas may not care about other things, but they are crazy about these strange ninjutsu. Maybe we can too. Uchiha Sasuke, admit defeat. Text chapter 33 _ The War of the Mad and the Psycho. Lose, how can I lose? Liamong, Little Lee, Hinata, Neji, Naruto, Sakura, all the classmates who had looked down on them in the past and looked down on them appeared one after another. Thinking of their previous performance, Ursukuko felt a strange anger. Interesting academy. Why are they so strong? I am from the Uchiha family, and I am the strongest. Sharingan. Is that kid crazy? The black cloud pattern spread like a fire, and Kakashi's heart immediately mentioned the midair. Stinky shit, you really think you can run wild in front of me, in front of these cursed eyes? You're like that ridiculous float. Raiden, thunder style, Chidori. Stop him. The sound of thousands of black birds chirping resounded through the sky, and just when Kakashi wanted to fly to stop it, something crazy happened. Uchiha Sasuke didn't attack Inuzuka Kiba with Chidori, but held it high above his head, and after a pause, suddenly pressed it on himself. Suicide. What is this crazy kid doing? Curse mark. The place he pressed is the curse mark. Crazy. Really crazy. Uchiha Sasuke, who did not want to be controlled, the orphan of the top Konoha wealthy family, even patted on himself the profound meanings he learned from Kakashi. I am the strongest. Bet on the glory of the Uchiha family, and no one will stop me. Jipo Yunshao's wailing swore an oath of determination, and the wriggling black cloud pattern slowly retreated in the gleam. When the dark electric light turned to blue, the two fishy S3 Tomo Sharingan stared at Kiba. Evolved. It has evolved in this way. Kakashi swallowed in shock. How old is Sasuke? At the age of 8, Sharingan has evolved into 3 Tomo, and his talent is by no means inferior to his brother. If it weren't for the inheritance and teaching of the clan, I am afraid his strength would be stronger. Any hidden blood force that wants to be unlocked must face the outbreak of emotional ultimate. People have 7 emotions: joy, anger, sadness, worry, fear, weeping with joy, madness with anger, sadness and death, joy and anxiety, Lovesickness turns into hatred and panic is a manifestation of emotional outbursts to ultimate. If you want to evolve Sharingan, you must push yourself to the extreme, no matter what kind of emotion you have. The simplest is the decision of life and death, between life and death terrifying. Uchiha Sasuke, we are teammates again, I can help you so much, don't bother me again in the future. Helping to open Sharingan for the first time echoed in his ears, feeling the powerful force brought by Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke bit Kiba pass tightly. Interesting Academy first release. I don't need to rely on anyone, I only need to rely on myself. Inuzuka Kiba, do you want to fight now? The sudden increase in strength revealed an extremely powerful coercion. Feeling the inexplicable restraint on his body, Kiba cut with disdain. The wolves in the forest are never afraid of any animals, even if the king of beasts encounters a pack of wolves, he can only avoid them. Tigers cannot hold back wolves, and wolves are never afraid of challenges. Wolf, have the pride of a wolf. Let's go. Open Sharingan, you should be cleaned up as you are. Kiba is going to lose. The beautiful Philippine pupils flashed a little bit of loss, and Kurenai Yuhi understood the disciples' tricks very well. Turning chakra into 6 points to 5 clones, although it has an absolute numerical advantage in a short period of time, it also loses its durability. Even with a supplement of ration pills, Kiba's battle time could not exceed 5 minutes. And now, 3 minutes and seconds have passed, and there is only a little time left. What will he do? Chakra, who felt that his body was about to run out, looked at Uchiha Sasuke who was full of firepower in front of him, and Inuzuka Kiba swept his reckless eyes and gave Shadow Clone an order. Siege. The 7 hungry wolves sprinted and spun, and the 7 figures running in a circle suddenly stopped. Sharingan's second assistant raised his right hand, and the squeaking thunderlight couldn't stop flickering. One hit is the end. Let's decide the winner now. Rustling Linfeng blew thousands of green leaves, and 7 whirlwinds collided with the piercing lightning. Raiden, thunder style, blast. There was 1,000 thunders, and everything around was scorched. Looking at the apocalyptic image in their eyes, the ninjas watching the battle were all dumbfounded. This lunatic. Does he not want to live? Adding Kaden, fire style, to the Raiden, thunder style, that has accumulated to the extreme, how can anyone do such a crazy thing? Thunder's irritability, fire's anger, can 2 things collide together? There is no such thing as death. Too crazy. This is crazy. The violent explosion dissipated, and Inuzuka Kiba plunged to the ground. He lost, not because he was not strong, but because he was not crazy enough. Normal people can't beat the mentally ill, because they don't commit murder. One has the bottom line, the other has no bottom line. How can the battle be fought? When you went to fight him with a stick, and found that he came out with a chainsaw that was on fire, he was dumbfounded immediately. This challenge was unequal from the beginning. Inuzuka Kiba underestimated Sasuke's madness. No, not only him, but everyone underestimated the madness of this orphan of Uchiha. The technique that Ursukuko used at the last moment was basically to die together. Kiba is not wrong to lose, although he is very reconciled. Medical class. An eager shout awakened the stunned ninja, and the orphan of Uchiha, who was blurred in front of him, staggered among the ruins, refusing to fall, and looked directly at the examiner based on his memory. I declare that the 5th challenge match will be won by Sasuke Uchiha. After listening to a sentence, he thumped and fell down. Compared with the opponent who was knocked out by the electric shock, Urzuzi was injured more seriously. Not only the bones in his right hand were exposed, but the whole body was covered with burns. There are Kaden fire-style baked ones, and Raiden thunder-style electric ones, and you can imagine how ruthless this kid is. This kid is so crazy, he should stay away from him in the future. The whole body was so excited that he didn't dare to look again, and the audience's mind was terrified to the extreme. It's not ruthless to the enemy, 99.9% of the ninjas can do it. But there are not many people who can be ruthless to themselves. A lunatic like Uchiha Sasuke must not be provoked. We are normal people, we don't play with lunatics. The 5 challenges have ended and the final challenge has begun. The troublesome Shikamaru scratched his pineapple head with a face full of XYZ and left the game. After a while, he walked back with his head lowered, looking at the ground with complicated and incomprehensible eyes. Why do you feel troubled when you are not? Damn, I wouldn't want to fight that kind of troublesome battle, would I? Little brother with glasses, you better hurry up and admit defeat, big sister is not easy to mess with. The kuwudi, which was weighed up and down in his hand, twirled, and Tenten looked at his opponent with a smile. Aburame Shino raised his index finger and pushed the sunglasses, but for a long time no fart came out. As a marginal person, although he met Tenten a lot at school, he didn't say a word for 6 years. By now, he also didn't want to say anything. The Aburame family has always liked to speak with facts. Answer. The little beauty Tenten couldn't hold back her face, and the edge of her almond-like cut pupil was beating slightly, showing that she was very uneasy. Moonlight Hayate, the sick man coughed twice, looked around, wiped his body and ran away after shouting. Damn little brother, it will be very troublesome to dare to ignore the existence of my sister, so let you end in this scroll. Tool Rising Dragon. The unrolled bar-shaped reel circled around the dynamic and solid body, and the Tenten jumped up and shot countless ninja tools. Shuriken, 1000 books, meteor hammer, sickle, walking stick, wheelchair, car. Well, I admit that the latter 2 things do not exist, but no matter what, this little rich woman who has contributed a lot of money to the Konoha gang in 6 years is a real money owner, just like her little girl named Tien. Nephew in general. Dare to rob my mother's money, you are courting death. Send me all to hell. The violent storm, the thunder, the lightning, and the chaotic ninjas were shot down, and there was no shadow of Shino on the ground of the wolf. Where have people gone? Tenten, who couldn't find the master, danced with a 3-section stick and kept spinning his steps. The small half-cut wall not far from her, Aburame Shino knelt on the ground and formed a handprint, muttering in a sullen voice, "It's not that I don't want to talk to you, but it's not necessary. In this forest, I am invincible." Mystery insect summoning. The sound of rustling came slowly from all directions, and the ninjas watching the battle turned their heads one after another. What's going on? Why are there so many bugs? Fark, stay away from me. Help. Run. The ninjas who were running away jumped and dashed for their lives. Looking around, the sky and the ground were covered with insects, big, small, long, short, long-horned, thorny, and colorful. The poisonous insects stocked in the death forest rushed over together as if they had been summoned by Lord Kun. A tidal swarm of insects poured into the arena, and the pretty face of the 1010 little beauty turned green in an instant. The green was pale, the green was blue, 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 and a Byakugan passed out. Master Examiner, you can announce the result. Pushing his sunglasses, he stood up from behind the broken wall, surrounded by Shino with an oversized Yuhi-headed iron wire black centipede, which scared people half to death. Moonlight Hayate looked at him like this. The dark circles of his eyes twitched twice, and he stopped eating without coughing. It's not scary, it's disgusting. As Aburame Shino looks like now, I can't stand it alone. On its head lies a group of 8-legged giant spiders covered with black hair, cabbage worms with snot on their arms, and a group of black sesame-sized Yuhi ants under their feet, on their face, body, and feet. On the legs, there is no place where there are no bugs. So Moonlight Hayate fainted happily. Yes, he is happy, because all the people who are not dizzy have vomited. That guy is from the Aburame clan. I cannot stand it anymore. Don't spit on me. I want to go home. ... Text chapter 34 Brothers are united to trouble the upper body. Boss, how is Hinata? I just slept. Interesting Academy, tilted his head and glanced at the classmates who rushed in. Liamong gently tucked the quilt for the little secretary, and pushed them out of the ward with a shush. Looking at Liamong's caring appearance, Yamanaka Ino's emerald pupils flashed with envy. When can I have such a boyfriend? Haruno Sakura, who was equally delicious, remembered the opposite of her admiration. Will that iceberg have a gentle side? I'm afraid it won't be like this forever, right? The boss is really biased. The big mouth curled to the back of the head, glanced at Hinata who was sleeping on the bed, and Uzumaki Naruto walked out with a stinky little face. A child who has never been cared for since he was a child will have to fight his own suffering, and no one will take care of him no matter how many injuries he suffers. You're a man. He stretched out his hand and pressed his head covered with yellow hair and rubbed it vigorously. To this idiot of his teammate and younger brother, Lu Meng's mood was very complicated. Not only sighing at his sunshine, but also disgusted by this sunshine. Maybe he is not a decent person. A slightly self-deprecating smile, he turned around the corner, and both Liamong and Might Guy, who was approaching, froze for a moment. This was not a friendly meeting. The two of them didn't say a word, just watched for a while and passed by. Hurt little Lee, which made Lee Rock likely to lose his qualification to continue to be a ninja, and also had a deadly revenge with Hyuga Neji. Might Guy, a teacher, was naturally unhappy. But then again, both of his apprentices brought it upon themselves. And even if Lee Rock's affairs were changed, I'm afraid it wouldn't make any difference. How come Liamangwan didn't take a heavy hand? The 8 inner gates brought all the injuries. If you want to blame him, you can only blame him as a master who shouldn't teach forbidden technique. The two groups of people crossed and walked towards the rooftop. Sheets were hanging everywhere on the roof of the hospital. When the wind blew, the flowers were white. How's the test result? Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all won, and the rest is me and Shino. Shaking his pineapple head troublesomely, Shikamaru leaned back against the railing and looked at Hokage Rock. For a while, the atmosphere was quiet. Hearing some unexpected answers, Liamong turned his eyes to Inuzuka Kiba who was wearing a bandage. What's the matter? There is no reason to lose with your strength. That guy is a lunatic. Depressed to talk about the matter, Kiba's expression was extremely depressed, revealing a trace of fear in his unwillingness. Now Uchiha Sasuke is in his heart and has been equated with a lunatic. Frowning his brows and thinking for a long time, Liamong threw his irritability out, as the game table set in a month's time. Not yet, Hokage-sama said it's time to draw lots. Heihei168.com. Shikamaru tilted his head in a meaningful way, and there was a hint of advice in his deep eyes. Hyuga Neji is the eldest young master of the Hyuga family. Although the family is only separated, his identity is unusual in the family. Trouble. Knowing Shikamaru, good intentions. Liamong smiled. I have my own plans for this matter. Don't worry, now it's you who are in trouble. 1 month is long or short, and how to improve your strength is the most important thing. Others it's okay to say, what are you going to do, Shikamaru? It's a troublesome thing. He raised his pineapple head with a long sigh of self-deprecation, and looked at Shirakumo's counselor and made a decision. Go back to trouble the old man today, that guy is less motivated than me. Haha, just think about it. He patted his shoulder with a smile and praised, and Liamong was also happy for his friend. No matter how good your head is, you must have the strength to execute it. It is never a joke to use your strength to break a trick. No matter how resourceful you are, you will be given nothing in the face of absolute strength. Let Shikamaru fight Naruto, he will never win in this life. Shino, do your best as well. After settling the strategist, he encouraged the marginalized. When Liamong still wanted to say something, Ino, who came along, was unwilling. Don't ignore the old lady. Okay, I'm such a beautiful job. Man, you didn't see it. Aha, how could it be? I still want to go to your flower shop for a discount. Kankan smiled and said haha. Liamong didn't want to provoke this woman. Unable to get the answer he wanted, Ino angrily pulled Haruno Sakura away, preparing to visit Sasuke at the hospital. Looking at the back of the two girls leaving hand in hand, only the rooftop of the Konoha gang fell into silence again. Aburame Shino stood in the shadows as a transparent person. Shikamaru leaned against the railing and watched the clouds. Akamichi Choji next to him chewed a tablet. Inazuka Kiba sat on the stool with Akamaru, who was also seriously injured, leaving only Uzumaki Naruto look left and right. I don't know what these guys are doing. After waiting for a while, seeing no one answering him, he scratched his head and said to leave. I'm going to see Sasuke too. Boss, are you going? I don't care, you can go if you want. He waved his hand to send the guy who lacked a string away. Naruto left with his front feet, and the big guy turned his eyes on his back feet. What are you going to do, boss? You don't need to intervene, I will solve it myself. There was no warmth in his cold eyes, and he dared to hurt Hinata, regardless of whether you were the eldest young master of the Hyuga family. Shikamaru sighed and opened his mouth, then shook his head again and stopped talking. Having been together for 6 years, he is very clear about Lu Meng's character. Don't look at the usual slack, but he is actually a ruthless horn who has revenge. Hyuga Neji hit Hinata hard, if he doesn't get revenge, unless the sun hits the west side. Really decided, Shikamaru was still making the last effort. Eyes on Hokagean, didn't reply a word, his cold eyes showed determination. The gangsters with a sigh left in a group, and Inazuka Kiba, who left the hospital, scratched his scalp and took out his baseball bat. Did you want to go to Hyuga's house to block people? It's troublesome, but count me in. I'm going too. Choji slapped the film and turned the packaging bag into a bomb. Shino, who took out a baseball bat at some point, explained his choice with his actions. The noon sun was shining. Hefeng burst into waves in Konoha village, and the alley not far from Hyuga's house was full of young children. They all had one thing in common, they were all cataract patients. As expected of a son of a wealthy family, there is a lot of pocket money, which is enough for me to eat barbecue. Choji licked the big cake face and threw the money, and Choji spat into the palm of his hand. Shikamaru glanced at him with a headache. Don't patronize and pay for their clothes. If you want to offend them, you will offend them thoroughly, or it's not easy for people to come forward. Take them off and hang them up on the telephone poles, so that the chaos can be even bigger. The jet black sunglasses flashed brightly, and Aburame Shino lived up to his sultry name. Inazuka Kiba, who was in charge of the beating, was amused, rubbed his nose and bent over to dry. What are you guys going to do? Don't pick my pants. Mom. Bang. Hokage-sama is not good. Hyuga's child. Hyuga's child. What's wrong with them? They've been beaten. What? The slightly relieved heart immediately tightened, and the 3-generation-old man who thought that someone else had hit Byakugan's idea was dumbfounded. Since the Uchiha family was destroyed, Hyuga has dominated the Konoha family, who would conflict with them at this time. Tell me carefully, what's going on? Suppressing his surprise, he crossed his hands, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's cloudy old eyes flashed with light. Nara, Akamichi, Inuzuka, and Aburame are the direct descendants of the 4 families. The voice of the news ninja was very hard, and it was obviously not a good job. Shikamaru, Hiba, Shino, Choji, they took the Hyuga family's first elder and third elder. His grandson, and 5 direct descendants of the branch family were stripped naked and hung on the telephone pole. Lord Hyuga Hiyashi has rescued the people and announced that the Hyuga family closed the door and thanked guests. Quote. This. The newly bought pipe was cut into 2 pieces, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart seemed to run through 10,000 grass and mud horses. Things are really big. Originally an ordinary Chunin exam, not only did his most outstanding disciple come back to make trouble, but the only seedling of the Uchiha family had a problem again. Next, the continuous outbreak of candidates pushed Liamong, the abandoned heir of the Hatake family who broke out of the house, to the cusp of the storm. The headaches were one after another. It was already annoying enough, and there was such a mess again. What are they trying to do? Damn, do you still think this old man doesn't have enough headaches? His brows to suppress his anger, the 3rd generation of Hokage wished he could pull his hair out. Now it's troublesome in the light, and trouble in the dark. The 2 advisors, Shimura Danzo, the leader of the root group, and Homura Mitokado Kaharu Udatane, both put forward their own requirements. Why does it seem that all the troubles are stuck at one juncture? Hyuga Hiyashi closed the door to thank guests. This is obviously putting pressure on him, and if he doesn't handle it well, it will be a big mess. But how to deal with this? The 4 bastards who started are all family members. Since Nara Akamichi has started, Yamanaka, who is closely related to them, will definitely not stand by. Although the Aburame Inuzuka clan is slightly worse than the other, they should not be timid. Inuzuka has a wide network of contacts in Konoha because of his good relationship with ninja dogs. Aburame doesn't usually look like a mountain or water, but he has a position that can't be ignored in the hidden family. If it annoys them, some hidden old ghosts will definitely jump out and say something. Trouble, this is a big trouble, it's such a mess. What is the cause of the matter? After stroking the relationship that he didn't understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the messenger ninja viciously. Chunin, who was wearing a pair of flat mirrors, was about to urinate. It is said that Hyuga Neji attacked heavily during the exam. They are going to vent their anger on Hyuga Hinata, and they use the name of revenge for the Konoha gang bookkeeping secretary. Lord Hokage. Text chapter 35 _ an unexpected warm wind blows through my heart. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and Sarutobi Hiruzen of Laoganpacha had a stroke and was admitted to the hospital. Before being dragged out by the reporting ninja, he kept his mouth open and closed, saying that he had unfinished last words. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Well, in fact, everyone in Konoha village knows that this old guy is pretending to be dead and taking refuge. Hyuga Hiyashi can close the door to thank guests, and 3 generations of Hokage can pretend to be dead and be hospitalized. In short, the 2 bastards are smart enough to work together. Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Udatane got the news and silently continued to prepare for the Chunin exam. As the connection between Konoha and the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the 2 of them must do a good job of face saving. Shimura Danzo, who got news from the cat in a dark corner, chased away his subordinates, took his single walking stick, danced the Obasan prayer dance, and deceived himself and wished his old rival died in the hospital. Just as the big guy's eyes widened to watch the situation, Lu Meng almost fell from the roof of the hospital with a somersault. Yakushi Kabuto. The shattering sound of glass shattered his eyes, and he looked down at Konoha's #1 spy who fell and took off his mask. Our gang leader suddenly had two big heads. Kakashi, who appeared later, knocked a big bag on his forehead again. They looked at each other silently, and Liamong, who was leaning against the railing, sighed, turned and walked towards Lumen. It's too late to go home now. I don't need you to take care of my affairs. Besides, have you ever taken care of it? The open door slammed shut, and the two became passers-by from then on. Go home, what a joke. When did Hatake become its own home? Even if the country of fire is like spring all year round, there are times in autumn, when the rotten will eventually become rotten, and the new will eventually face the new. At noon, at the shop, the Konoha gangsters sit in a circle. Looking at these brothers who were implicated for themselves, Liamong lifted the jug and shook it. Actually, you don't need to do this. One day as a brother, and a lifetime as a brother. It's not just your fault that Hinata was beaten. Kiba, the dog, smiled and patted Akamaru, and the little white dog barked in response to Kiba's words. Shikamaru with a troubled face raised his chin and added a piece of meat. It's better to stand in line as soon as possible, who knows what will happen in the future. Dad said, build your muscles and prevent you from getting beaten up. Akamichi Choji's big pancake face was covered with rice grains. Shino, who was sitting next to him in a silent voice, pushed on his sunglasses. The family will stand up for us. The bigger the trouble this time, the better. It's easier to read on mobile phones m.heihei168.com. It will be very troublesome for you to do this. Shaking his head and pressing his thoughts, some things really can't be said now. Shikamaru looked at Liamong's lost face thoughtfully, but didn't think they had done anything wrong. Unfortunately, sometimes good intentions do not always lead to good things. Hiyashi, your daughter's boxing skills must be handed over to the family, and that kind of thing must be in the hands of Hyuga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 7, even with main clan, the Byakugan men who had been sitting in a room full of Byakugan joined in one piece, to put pressure on the patriarch together. At these clansmen gathered together, Hyuga Hiyashi is extremely angry. What do these bastards mean? Isn't Hinata from the Hyuga family? Although he was angry in his heart, Hiyashi did not dare to show it on the surface. In the face of the righteousness of the family, even he, the patriarch, cannot resist everyone and go it alone. Besides, he himself was jealous of that boxing technique. I will handle it. As for who is qualified to learn after getting it, it must be done according to the rules of the clan. Main clan's secret skills cannot be spied on by the family. If you have the power to push the righteousness of the family, I dare to speak with the power of the patriarch. In the first confrontation, Hyuga Hiyashi directly kicked the division out of the game. The Byakugans, whose foreheads were covered in bandages, looked at each other, bowed their hands to the ground, stood up, took 3 steps back, and left. Main clan were left in the room that was still full. Although the elders were a little angry, it was not easy to talk about this matter. Both sides took care of it. The most important thing was to be able to force out the boxing technique. 1 week, we only give you 1 week. Don't blame us for being rude, it's time for the family to continue. There was a muffled sound, and the hand on the ground sank more than halfway. Hyuga Hiyashi looked back and forth at these old guys, snorted coldly, got up and left. Him and Hazashi that year is finally going to happen again, Hanabi or Hinata. As a father, Hyuga Hiyashi really has a hard time making a choice. But for the sake of the family, as the patriarch, he had to do it. I hope you don't blame me. No, father, you have to ask brother Liamong about this first. Shungyan blurted out his first refusal, and Hinata covered his chest with a cough. Hyuga Hiyashi stared at her daughter's pale and stubborn appearance with a twitching face, and when she was still about to say something, there were footsteps outside. There was a creaking sound, and the open door looked at each other. The two men, one big and one small, seemed to condense the air. Seeing Hinata insisting that he couldn't stop coughing, his livid face was freezing cold. You are to visit your daughter like this. It's not up to you, a junior, to take care of the Hyuga family's affairs. If I want to take care of it. Cough, Brother Liamong, my father. Looking at the begging in the weak eyes of the little secretary, he put down the flower basket with a heavy snort, and took out the Anko sand and cinnamon rolls he just bought. You are not welcome here. If you still have a little bit of father's responsibility, get out of here immediately. Hinata, don't forget your identity. Directly ignoring the cold and icy gaze, Hyuga Hiyashi threw off his sleeves and left, and the nurses who were waiting outside bowed their heads one after another, and sent off the wealthy patriarch respectfully. Liamong's eyes became more and more disdainful. What is he doing here? Brother Liamong. He tilted his face and didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. Hinata's weak appearance was heart-wrenching. Your weakness and my wounds. Looking at the appearance of the beloved girl in tears, Liuman gently embraced her in his arms. Father, think about Tai Chi. Give it to him. Brother. He raised his head in disbelief, and Hinata looked at Liamong. His shocked pretty face slowly turned into shy Yuhi. Raising her finger and gently scratching her little nose, Liamong took the newly bought cinnamon roll over, and comforted the little secretary carefully. After she fell asleep, she walked up to the rooftop alone and blew the cool breeze. Want Tai Chi? Family, this is the family. What a disgusting person. This village becomes less pleasing to the eye. Hatake is like this, so is Hyuga, but do you really think that boxing is easy to learn? The young master wants to take a look, how to play with the optics of boxing without learning boxing. Do you rely on your eyes? Head to look at the Hokage rock, which was blown by the wind and sand. Listening to the rustling of the leaves in his ears, he returned home with the setting sun. As soon as I entered the hospital, I saw an unexpected person. Sister Anko, what are you doing? Don't you see so many things in my sister's hands? Why don't you come over to help? With 2 boxes on the left and 3 bags on the right, the panting Mitarashi Anko puffed out her face. Liamong, whose head was aching, touched his nose and took the pocket, opened the door and walked into the courtyard. After a busy meal, the two sat at the dinner table and drank juice. Want lemon or strawberry? Strawberry. There is no Anko soup. It is better to choose a Yuhi color. Mitarashi Anko made a choice according to the color. Liamong sat opposite with 2 glasses of juice, and looked up and down. Came to my home. Be careful lately, someone is trying to trouble you. Who? Eyes swept to the ground without speaking. Anko's solemn expression seemed a little gloomy. Liamong looked at the shadow at the corner of the table and paused, his lips raised full of scorn. I can't escape the first day of the first year, but I can't escape the 15th day. Is the Anko team trying to protect me? It's really touching. When are you still talking about this kind of joke? A shudder knocked on the forehead across the dining table. Mitarashi Anko said with a serious look, I will protect you until the Chunin exam starts. This time I must do my best, and I will be the strongest. In addition to the contest between countries, there is something less known about the Chunin exam. The Daming House will recruit guards in it. You must get this status. 12 soldiers of the country of fire. You know. Anko raised his head in amazement. This is not something everyone can hear. Liamong turned to Byakugan speechlessly. Is the dispute between the two Jades really difficult for that guy Ashima? But then again, does the big name still have this mind? When the old generation dies, there must be a new generation to inherit. There can be no shortage of guards around the daimyo. If you get this status, you will be safe. After finishing his words with a bit of sadness and a bit of shuffling, Anko Gudong took the last bite of strawberry juice, stretched his waist and asked for the direction of the bathroom. Looking at this cheap elder sister who was unexpectedly thinking of herself, Liamong turned back and pointed to the door. There is one Izumi at the end of the left turn, and the bath supplies are placed on the shelf behind the stone platform. Would you like to come together? Taupe pupils flickered playfully, and Anko was wearing nothing under her translucent fishnet. Seeing the 2 balls that were rounded in front of him, Yuhi's little face instantly turned bloodshot, and the 12-year-old gang leader Sparta was stunned. Mitarashi Anko walked around behind him with a smile, and blew into his ears, Little pervert, are you afraid? Whoever said I'm afraid, just go. Text chapter 36 _ calm in moderation. In the steaming stone bathroom, Izumi, who had paid a lot of money to buy it, had water splashes in his eyes, and stood there dumbfounded, his eyes widened into two big ones. The half-clothed Mitarashi Anko smiled and blinked his taupe eyes, and his blue-purple hair soaked in water was sprinkled with crystals. Liamong was completely stunned. Seeing the playful younger brother look like a pig, Anko's beautiful eyes flashed a smirk, and suddenly he touched the soft and leaned forward and asked, "Is my sister beautiful?" "Pretty." Liamong nodded vigorously, saliva almost overflowing the corner of his mouth. Anko with bright eyes and a smile pulled his hand down. "Is that sister good-looking?" "It's beautiful. I wish I could point my toes and look inside." How could Liuman say a word? Anko's smile got even bigger. "Then, do you want a sister?" "Don't." Giggling and covering her cherry lips with a charming smile, she successfully teased the flamboyant Anko Lee's front and back. The milky beige skin was covered with crystal water droplets, which really made the bastard look straight, and his nose seemed itchy. To spill something out. Not good. I'm going to lose an adult. Liamong was hugged by Anko as soon as he lifted his footsteps, and the back of his head immediately fell into two softballs. Fragrant, soft, and somewhat bouncy. "Little pervert, where do you want to go?" My stomach hurts." Yuhi didn't dare to look back with a face full of expression, and he felt sluggish. Anko smiled coquettishly behind him, his trembling chest jumping around like two rabbits, flicking to the left and right, causing an endless fire. Lu Mang, who couldn't bear it any longer, turned around abruptly, and his two small claws probed straight over, but who knew that he didn't even catch a hair. "You're not good." The bright eyes that turned slightly sideways blinked playfully, and Anko's jade arm that stepped on when Izumi sank into the bottom of the water. Looking at the cheap elder sister who only showed her half-body, she clenched her fists in anger, struggled for a long time, bit Kiba and rushed in. Leaning forward in the water, the bad boy pretending to be slipping turned into a hungry wolf. Watching the volley pounce on his little bad boy, Anko's dress stretched out his jade arm angrily, and pulled it into his arms one after another. Before Liamong had a chance to make a move, his two small claws were caught in the palm of his hand. "Don't move around." Hands manually, stepping on his feet with his feet, Anko, like an octopus, fixed the Liuman on his body. With zero distance contact in all directions, the gangster was Spartan in a blink of an eye, only to feel an alluring fragrance pouring into his nostrils crazily. Heihei168.com. CC Yuhi's thread overflowed into the water, and Anko, whose mouth was slowly raised, bit his earlobe. "Little guy, you are so rude." You forced me." "What are you doing, little bastard?" Feeling the violent struggle in his arms, Anko increased his strength with a smile. The same afterburner Liuman roared viciously, "Do what you need to do. Do you have this intolerance? Little family guy. Don't call me little, I'm big." "Where are you from?" "I'm big everywhere." A frenzied fight caused countless splashes, and the gangster who overturned on his back couldn't do what he wanted to do, and the abominable Anko ran away after molesting him. Staring at the roof and reminiscing about the tenderness he just touched, Lu Meng swore to the lamp that he would definitely make that hateful woman regret it. "Little guy, wash yourself slowly, my sister is going back to sleep." Sleep your sister. The dawn in the middle of the night is quiet, and the mice scratched by the cat are messed up. With Mitarashi Anko staying in, the night is nothing. During the daytime, you can move around in the village, as long as you don't go to any hidden places, you're not afraid of someone coming. Day by day, Hinata's injury gradually improved. He personally played the 42-style elderly fitness Taijikwan for Hyuga Hiyashi, and brought Yuhi's little secretary into the house. Anko joked. "You're so good, you little pervert, even the eldest lady of the Hyuga family has been kidnapped." "That's right, you don't even look at who I am." He held Hinata in his arms as if he raised his head in a demonstration. Liamong deliberately hurt people. Unexpectedly, Enko was not angry at all, but brought Hinata to his side, and the gangster, who seemed to remember something, immediately froze in place. Sure enough, the little secretary slept with Enko that night. "Goddamn stinky woman, how can you do this?" In order to bring Hinata into the house, Liamong and Hyuga Hiyashi fought a lot. You must know that the little secretary is the eldest miss of Hyuga main clan. Every move is related to the family's face. How can you live in the man's house before marriage? Such behavior is extremely shame. Hyuga Hiyashi can agree, the process can be imagined with many twists and turns. And there are two unfamiliar things here. The reason why Hyuga Hiyashi agreed with Liamong to take Hinata away is not only to get the boxing manual, but also to reduce the trouble after returning home. But it is because of this that this guy has completely abandoned the eldest daughter and decided to inherit the family from the second daughter. It is impossible for any wealthy patriarch to do anything that would harm the family's face. In other words, Hinata was out in this battle. I roughly guessed that the gangster here took the little secretary back home with pity, and took care of him in every possible way. Enko looked at him with jealousy, and at the same time gave birth to a strange envy. The children who have been without a home since childhood have lost the care of their masters. Enko, who has been fighting alone all these years, suddenly feels that it would be great if someone took care of him like this. "Little bastard, my sister is going to work, don't take advantage of Hinata," he joked with a smile, making the little secretary shy Yuhi, and Mitarashi Enko floated away like the wind. Seeing the back of the cheap sister leaving gracefully, Liamong grabbed the little secretary and took care of the luggage, and put a bamboo chair behind him. "Come on, sit up." "Blue, Liamong brother. Good, my brother will take you out for a walk." He gently carried Hinata to the seat, afraid of the little girl's dazzling ons blown by the wind, and added a curtain around her, so she carried her on the street, as if proclaiming the sovereign stalks everywhere, but it ruins the popularity of surveillance in the dark. Hyuga, Anbu, the eyes of the three forces are all irritated. "This bastard should be killed. I really want to kill him. Shameless. Wait, what is that? Hinata, do you like this?" The glutinous rice roll that was just out of the pot was fragrant, and Liamong carefully blew it and sent it behind him. The action of reaching out to withdraw money shocked countless people. The vendors who sold the goods didn't feel anything, and the ninjas watching in the dark were dumbfounded. Who saw how he took out the money? Without any extra action, the banknote was taken out as soon as the hand was stretched out. Like, time and space ninjutsu. When, countless people are watching. Suddenly seeing the legendary magical skill, the ninjas in charge of monitoring broke out in a cold sweat. It can be called a legendary magical skill, and it naturally has its strengths. The second generation of Hokage and the fourth generation of Hokage are proud of the pinnacle of the ninja world. If it is not dragged down by the righteousness, those with this magical skill will be undefeated. Can't fight but can't run. Once again, seeing Liamong taking money out of thin air, the ninjas in charge of monitoring retreated decisively. How can these frightened mice go back and report to us? Not to mention, feeling that the surveillance person has left, Liamong happily raised the corners of his mouth, and continued to wander as if nothing was happening, buying a snack on the left and a toy on the right. If Hinata likes, she will give it to her, and if she doesn't like it, she will put it in her portable space. I can't scare you tofu sellers, are you really stupid? Then let's see who is the real fool. Time ninjutsu. Nonsense. If I really know this stuff, I have to wait until today. Walking around the lively streets with a belly of bad water in his arms, he tilted his head and saw a familiar flower shop. Let's go, my brother will buy you a bunch of flowers. Instead, he lifted the chair with both hands, and opened the door with a creaking sound. The wind chimes on the eaves of the door tinkled softly. Ino, who was squatting on the ground to take care of flowers, raised his head, and when he saw who it was, his pretty face immediately dropped, and he glanced at the little secretary who was on the ground with resentment, again. Bring Hinata to buy flowers. Well, come in and have a look when you see the newly arrived Kikyo outside. Sincere and unchanging love. What an insane bastard. Angrily puffing out her cheeks, she pulled out the wrapping paper. Sister Ino fiercely wrapped 99 flowers and slaughtered the big money with a smile. Chungwei, 1,800 taels, is a very lucky number. Well, it's auspicious. When you go out with your girlfriend, you can't be fussy about it. Knowing that the slaughtered man is not angry, he smiles and walks away. Before leaving, he also said 2 words of gratitude. Feeden watching Hinata's happy smile behind the curtain, Ino's sister smashed the watering water bottle angrily. Damn guy, where is my mother worse than her, bastard. Damn bastard. Brother, Ino seems to like you too. Ha ha ha, your brother is getting more and more handsome day by day. It's normal for him to like more people, but he can't take all of them home. Diane boasted a lot, feeling that the little secretary's voice was a little tired, and decided to change to a more leisurely place. It seems like they haven't been back to ninja school for a long time. Let's go, brother will take you to collect protection fees. Text chapter 37 _ inheritance in school. Walking into the childhood campus after a long absence, it seems that it is very sad to leave the splendor of the centuries. The shooting range where you practice shuriken, the swing hanging under the tree, and the rooftop where you used to watch the wind have left warm memories everywhere. In order to relive these past good times, Liamong slowed down with Hinata on his back, and stopped for a moment every time he went. Do you like it? N nodded lightly and leaned his little head against his chest. The little secretary sitting in Liamong's arms slowly closed his eyes, feeling that steady heartbeat slowly fell asleep. The breeze blew through the green leaves, the swing was rippling slightly, and the ding bell's closing bell broke the rare peace. It was not too long, and the noisy children poured out, some shouting, some screaming, and bluffing and roaring. But when they saw the couple sitting on the swing outside, the noise came to an abrupt end. How is this guy? How did he come back? Boss. Sky, didn't he come to collect our money again? Hey, what's wrong with you all? Left and right, Konohamaru, who didn't know what to do, pushed the crowd away, raising his head like a little adult. Why are you all standing here? Shut up. Numerous slaps covered their heads, and the students who almost suffocated Konohamaru were swarming with cold sweat. Please, don't let that man notice us. You bastard trying to kill everyone. Hurry up and make this kid disappear. Konohamaru, who struggled to pull it back and forth with her small hands, bit her mouth open, and finally sucked in fresh air while screaming. After a brief stunt, the crowd froze. It's over. Worse. I really want to kill that bastard. I want to. Count me in. One after another, countless eyes stared at Konohamaru, and the little guy shrank his neck with a candid smile, not understanding why the big guy looked at him like that. Light and shade turned, and the gangster who touched the Kiba sign stood up. Are you waiting for me? Embracing Hinata with a smirk on his face, Lu Meng looked at these juniors who were used to bullying from left to right, and said with a sigh, oh, there are so many new faces, so many new students. Huan, welcome to the boss to come back to the school for inspection. Chi Shushua bowed his head and bowed in salute. Except for the little brat of the new school year, all the other students from the 5 divisions lowered their heads, stared at the corners and shivered. Interesting Academy first release. Scanning these little slickers, Liamong waved his hand cheerfully. Let's go, I'll come back today to see. Who is that? Take the protection fee for me, and invite everyone to dinner after school. Boom. A dull thunder struck his forehead, and the apprentice who was called was startled for a moment, and quickly nodded his head. Annoyed this ancestor, not sure how to be cleaned up. If you want to collect the money, just accept it, it's not my fault anyway. Sending the schoolboy who was blocking the road, he carried Hinata on his back, and Liuman walked past Konohamaru. The little guy who took a long time to react, finally remembered who this annoying guy is he the boss of the boss? It's so good, so many people are afraid of him, if only I could do the same. Thinking of how he was respected by all the students, Sarutobi Konohamaru crossed his arms in thought for a moment, then called the two followers to him and solemnly announced that he would also form a gang. I've decided. In the future, I will also collect money like the man who banged. Udon, Mengwang, you two go out to find out how the gang works. After school, you can also ask Naruto boss for advice. Konohamaru, is it really good for us to do this? The big snot wave was twitching hard, and Udon wearing big glasses started to be silly. The two yin yellows with two sky-high piercings opened their mouths blankly, forming a gang. Oh, the high selling, is our boss really reliable? Thinking of the scene of being surrounded by countless students, the little girl twisted her fingers hesitantly, feeling the urge to immediately suspend her studies and take refuge. Didn't know how to teach the child badly, walked up to the rooftop with Hinata on his back, and sat together facing the Hokage rock. The 10-minute break was over in a blink of an eye. After the class bell rang, a group of people unexpectedly came to the rooftop, and the leader was a familiar face. When did you come back? Aha, it's Mr. Iruka. Why, aren't your students welcome? With a grin, he turned around and glanced at the twitching classroom teacher. He was still very emotional about the head teacher who had taught him for 6 years. Coughed twice to stop the consternation in his heart. When Iruka was about to say something, Konohamaru jumped out from behind, trotted to Liamong, bent at the waist, and gave a big gift. Thank you for that day. The grace of salvation, the boss of the boss. I also want to set up a gang. Please give me a lot of guidance, thank you. Quote. Plopped to the ground, the crowd fell, and Iruka Ueno stared at Konohamaru like a stroke, feeling a very bad feeling in his heart. He is Hokage's own grandson. If Liamong is ruined, you also want to form a gang? Yes. Boss, I adore you so much, please teach me. Raising his little face to reveal a big kiba with a gap, Konohamaru nodded his head sincerely. The tisk-tisk Liamong immediately became happy. Set up a gang, okay. Little guy, there is a way to make money. He patted his shoulders encouragingly and expressed his approval. The gang leader squeezed his chin and spread the word about his experience. If you want to form a gang, you must first make a name for yourself. The Konoha gang let me occupy it, so don't think about it. I think this way. You can set up the Yuhi Flower Club. Even if you don't know Konohamaru, it's useless to be a hero. How about this? Isn't this slogan enough? Boss, you are so great. Great ass. Climbing up and falling down again, Iruka Ueno felt a sense of collapse when she heard the slogan of Konohamaru's milky voice. Dahai, you should get up and shoot this bastard to death. The establishment of the Yuhi Flower Club means that the Yakuza who are out of touch with the Yakuza have once again passed on, and the origin of Konohamaru is much easier to use than Liamong. The gentle and peaceful little secretary Hinata watched silently by the side, and when Konohamaru called the two attendants over to go to the top of the mountain to worship, she took out the butterfly notebook that was used to keep accounts and handed it over. In the roster printed with several blue flying butterflies, the income and expenses of the Konoha gang for 6 years were recorded in detail. As long as it's there, just do it. Take good care of it. I know, I see. The wide glasses slid to his mouth with his little head. Udon quickly pushed it up, and Junji held the notebook in his arms. Witnessing this historic scene, Yumino Iruka stretched out his arms blankly and passed out for the 3rd time. Liamong, who didn't want to continue to beat the students in class, gently lifted Hinata on his back, waved his hand and walked to the rooftop in the distance. His ears were full of Konohamaru's farewell cry. When Iruka wakes up faintly, there is no need to rush to teach again. The determined Konohamaru has already started to collect money. Udon kept the account, Yin Huang stretched out his hand, and Konohamaru, who folded his arms, was triumphant. Oh my god, hit him to death with a thunderbolt. In order to prevent this irritating farce, Iruka, who was full of anger, announced the start of the class, hoping to use history to influence the Konohamaru, who was about to go down the wrong road, and the illusions of Hokage in the past dynasties were flying. While talking, the 3-generation-old man stepped in. The bright-eyed secretary coughed twice and pulled down his sleeves. It's Lord Hokage. Yeah. Nodding lightly, he took off his shirt, afraid that Hinata's stray light would wrap her up. The couple sitting embracing each other watched from a distance across the rooftop, and the smiling three-generation-old man smiled here, and went dark with a smile. This bastard. Covered with Tani Madara was slapped twice. Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to go over and beat Liamong down. This bastard dared to compare his middle finger to himself. Did he want to turn the world upside down? Konohamaru, is this bad old man your grandpa? Well, he is the third generation of Hokage. Nodding affirmatively to admit, Konohamaru is also very suspicious of his grandfather's strength. Looking at the following little guys who talked about himself, 9 out of 10 sentences were not good words. The old man Sarutobi laughed. What is that old guy laughing at? Why do I feel like he's stupid? Is this old man really as good as Iruka-sensei said? It doesn't look like it at all. Yes, I don't look like it. Shut up. Those who can become Hokage are the strongest in the village. To stop the students' commotion, Iruka hurried to accompany the three-generation-old man. Lord Hokage, they are still young, you. It doesn't matter, they are all cute. He laughed and exhaled 2 puffs of smoke. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could he care about the dolls as Sarutobi Hiruzen? Seeing that the two above were not angry, the daring boy below jumped out. Iruka-sensei, is Hokage really the strongest in the village? Of course. Okay, I've decided to become the 5th generation of Hokage. Who made me strong and handsome? Ahahaha. This idiot has his grades passed. One sentence turned over the long-haired man who was still giggling, and black lines flowed all over the classmates next to him. Looking at these interesting little devils, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised happily, this is a very big dream. You are different from me, you are still very young, maybe it is possible to become Hokage. People only have one life, don't force yourself, it doesn't matter whether you live or die, as long as you are happy. But no matter what, you can't forget, protect your most important people. I hope you can remember. The most important person. What is the most important person? The doubtful little ones raised their hands to express their doubts. Sarutobi Hiruzen took down the pipe with a smile. The most important person is the one who trusts and loves from the bottom of your heart. Do you have one? Yes, I have a father, a mother, a nasty brother, and a dog named Kwantai. I have important friends. I have a dear uncle. Noisily or in a low voice or aloud announcing the person he values most. While talking, a little guy raised his hand and asked curiously, Lord Hokage, what about you, do you have such a person too? Well, of course, he is my grandson Konohamaru. Shaolian licked old Gao triumphantly, looking at Konohamaru's stinky fart. The whole class darkened. Seeing their appearance, the three-generation-old man sighed. Of course, besides him, there are all the people in the village. I am Hokage. Shushu Qingfeng took a solemn oath and flew into the distance. Liamong, who embraced Hinata in his arms, got up and left. Everyone will say good things, but have you really done it? Everyone you identify with. Ha ha. Let's go home. Text chapter 38 final preparations before dawn. After wandering around for a day and returning to the courtyard, the Liamong and the pretty-faced Hinata soaked up when Izumi, and the little secretary's face, Yuhi, was like a pot. If it weren't for the fear of hurting her still unrecovered heart, the gangster with a full stomach would really want to sneak 2 cheap hands. Of course, it would be better without this uninvited cheap sister around. Little pervert, get me a glass of juice. Don't you have long hands yourself? Angrily turned his head and widened his eyes. Lu Meng hated this woman who stepped in halfway. Didn't she know how to avoid leisure? Raised his slender fingers and pointed to the tray behind Liamong. Enko winked proudly, you're so close. Here. He poured a glass of orange juice and slammed the pestle in front of him. The gangster's face turned black and muddy. Drink slowly, be careful not to choke to death. Hey, I can't see that you still care about your sister. Zilu Ziliu narrowed her taupe eyes. Mitarashi Enko lazily opened her jade arms and put Hinata in her arms. It feels so smooth. It feels like silk. Good sister, can we both strip to sleep tonight? Yuhi, sister Enko. The bloodshot face pushed away the slender hand, and Hinata, who couldn't bear it, lowered her head. Fire, and Lu Meng, who saw the little secretary being molested, clenched his fists fiercely, but there was nothing he could do in Enko's demonstrative eyes. Several times of confrontation ended in failure, and the gangster leader took this carefree woman as a no-brainer. Little pervert, take your time, I'll take my sister back to rest first. Lu, brother Liamong, good night. He grinned and watched the two beauties, one big and one small, leave. The whole person sank into Izumi's water without words and tears, and he didn't think of coming out for a long time. The cold moonlight pierced the sky and reflected on the towers in the distance, and the huge black shadow pulled away. That's Gara. He suddenly got up, his eyes were round, and Lu Meng, who narrowed his eyes, thought about it, put on his clothes and rushed out. Sunagakure village with Kabuto's loincloth on his face said solemnly, another little mouse is here. Don't underestimate him, this guy is very troublesome. Raising his hand and pushing the flat mirror to remind him, Yakushi Kabuto felt a little heavy. Maki, who saw the appearance of the person coming, snorted and disappeared. Deal with one first. Not good. Been discovered. The body hidden behind the wall suddenly moved to a high place, the examiner who seemed to jump into the moon and pointed his sword. Heihei168.com. Konoha style dance of the three suns and moons. The figure of one turned into three swung the sword from top to bottom, and Liamong, who was stopped by Yakushi Kabuto, touched his head. The big play has not yet been staged, the son of the night dancer can't die here. I admit that you are very troublesome, but do you have the strength? A cold light flashed in the flat mirror, and Yakushi Kabuto raised caution. However, some people can't stop it if they want to. Dance of Lightning Tianluatawang. Raised to the ultimate speed, Yakushi Kabuto's feet were forced apart. Liamong threw his right hand, and the huge energy net covered the sky and covered the sky. The blue and white energy net with hooks caught his eye, and Maki, who had caught the sword with his shoulders, saw that the situation was not good, and he kicked the moonlight Hayate and retreated. The unfortunate examiner didn't even scream, and was pulled back in a brown bag. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Bang. His forehead fell to the ground softly in the slap of a brick, and the examiner who was in a coma widened his eyes. Yakushi Kabuto, who were preparing to raid next to them, were also a little stunned, and the moonlight Hayate threw to his feet. Don't let him die, without this guy in Chunan's exam, the role will be insufficient. Kabuto Sr., turn back and follow Uncle Snake said, after the exam, I will go to his place as a guest. You know him. Suspiciously turned his head to look at his allies, and Maki narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Yakushi Kabuto stood his ground viciously. Don't let him run away, I don't know what this kid is up to. A few words of effort can let people go, how can there be such cheapness in the world? Hearing the rebuttal of the ally, Maki immediately raised caution, and Gara, who was a step late, stood quietly in the corner, seemingly isolated from the world. Lu Meng, who looked back and forth, let out a sullen breath. It's really troublesome to be surrounded. But, do you really have the confidence to deal with me? If you delay, it will attract attention. Fix him. I still don't believe it, even if you have a lotus on your tongue. Yakushi Kabuto, who has been a spy all his life, won't believe such words easily. The middle of the day, the Hokage office, which had not heard back for a long time, was filled with all kinds of tyrants, and there was not a single low-level ninja. Moonlight Hayate is missing. What? Hayate him. 3 generations of Hokage in a deep voice. Dozens of eyes swept over, and the 3-generation-old man sitting in the main seat nodded. The bamboo hat placed in front of him was extremely dazzling. The ninjas in the room were all silent. Although Moonlight Hayate was young, he was a famous descendant. He inherited the Konoha-style swordsmanship developed by the 2nd-generation Hokage, and his strength was extremely outstanding. If not for the congenital lung disease, the achievement is far more than the name of a special Jonin. But now such a strong man has disappeared. Did Orochimaru do it? Anko's face was very ugly, and he subconsciously covered his shoulders. Kakashi gave her a sideways glance. It's too early to draw such a conclusion. Hayate is probably stalking the Otogakur spy named Kabuto. But Orochimaru is really planning something. That said, we have to terminate the Chunin exam immediately and take Orochimaru. No way. Homura Mitokado, who was sitting behind Hokage on his right, spoke up after listening to the discussions of the genin. Orochimaru once appeared on purpose and threatened us not to terminate the exam. Besides, the allies will despise him if he stopped rashly, which will greatly damage Konoha's prestige, and the elders are opposed to the proposal to drop the intermediate exam. How could this be? His eyes widened in astonishment, and the ninja proposed below was stunned. Homura Mitokado explained with a sigh. With Orochimaru's strength enough to conquer a small country, his departure is bound to attract the attention of other countries. It just so happens that he hates Konoha, so many countries welcome him. Does this mean that the allies and Orochimaru have passed through and want to turn their backs on our Konoha? The terrified thought blurted out, and almost didn't jump up. Kakashi glanced at him indifferently. The alliance treaty is no different from a verbal agreement. Isn't that the case in the past 3 wars? That piece of paper is a piece of waste that can be thrown into the trash can at any time. Okay, there is still too little information now, so don't make assumptions. Puffing a smoke ring to stop the argument, the 3rd generation of Hokage turned his eyes behind him. Kaharu Udatane, with a rutted face, nodded lightly. Anbu has already set out to inquire about information from various countries. We really shouldn't act rashly before they come back, or we might fall into the enemy's arms. The old man also thinks it should be like this, but I have great confidence in everyone. The 3-generation-old man who made the decision to encourage morale and took down his pipe slowly stood up straight, as if he had returned to his youth. His eyes were shining, his hair was flying, and Lao Ganbaka's hands were swept in all directions. I will train the old man more. At the last moment, even if we put all the power of Konoha on, the old man will continue to fight them to the death. Lord Hokage. The ignited passion was exchanged for a loud cry, and Konoha's long-hidden power seemed to be slowly revived. Many ninjas feel that they need to make good use of the next month. Training. Watch the enemy. No matter what you do, you can't let Konoha suffer. Liamong, who heard the message from Anko's mouth at night, sat down at the table and had a big meal himself, but he couldn't see any worries. It's going to rain, my mother is going to get married. Sister Anko, what are you worried about? Are they going to live with you? Are we related? Stinky boy, you really don't care about anyone but yourself. I care about them dying. Map Cannons laughed. Lumang didn't want to be a hero. Silently watching the noisy Hinata next to him, he took a bite of his favorite dish and smiled gently. Looking at the little secretary's tender appearance, Liamong and Anko were all stunned, and then laughed and shook off their cheeks. Hinata, will you come with me? The question suddenly asked after dinner startled the moonlight, and the little secretary froze in place, his morbid face full of astonishment. Just when Liamong gradually lost her mind and thought that Hinata would not agree, the little girl suddenly smiled, sweet, obedient, and gentle like a flower. Wherever my brother goes, I will go. Really? She focused her little head to stop her shyness. Since when did she become so attached to brother Liamong? Looking back on the past, the little secretary's sweet smile became more and more warm. Father family. Our Hyuga family doesn't need such waste. A little tear wet the front of the clothes, although it has been a long time, but this scar is still difficult to heal. Maybe it will not heal in this life. Why are you crying? No, nothing. Hinata is happy and cried happily. Gently leaning her tear-stained face to her chest, the little secretary, Lihua, showed a rainy smile. It feels so good to have someone who cares. The faint attachment rose to a strong warmth, and a certain girl who saw this scene slapped the table. hurry back to the room for me to sleep. Ask for collection, is a new book, please support more, thanks to the cloud. Text chapter 39 _ wear it to bear the eyes of the world. A new day, a new year. Heihei 168. Calm Hinata, is this handsome or not, is it a little more handsome? The largest clothing store in Konoha village spent huge sums of money on custom-made snow-white feathers draped over his body, encircling Fenghuash's Liamong is correcting the star pincer. The little secretary who served like a wife in front of him smiled madly, and Yuhi's face was full of softness. Mitarashi Anko, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't stand it any longer. Hurry up and speed up the action for my mother, how long will you be so ugly? Sister Anko, today is a very important moment. With a long breath, she turned her head back with a smile on her face, slowly put away the smiling face, took out a scroll and stuffed it, open it when there is an accident in the exam, and take good care of Hinata. This is out, and holding down the movement Anko wanted to unfold, Lu Meng shook his head solemnly, it's not the time yet, trust me. Cut. What the hell, don't look at it if you don't see it. Anko said angrily, but the movement in his hand was very refreshing. After thinking about it, he simply pulled off the collar and stuffed it in. Little pervert, what are you doing with those big eyes? Didn't you see it? Cough, we should go. Pushing open the door to face the sun, the floating light of the snow-white Yuri moved forward, and there was no trace of turning back. The boss is out. He tilted his head and shook the pineapple head, and Nara Shikamaru followed Akamichi Choji with him. Time is not long. Inazuka Kiba at the crook, and Aburame Shino in the shade of the tree also returned to the team one after another. A group of people marched to the venue in a mighty manner. The unified Captain Yuri, with a high arrogance, was greeted by countless people wherever they went. What are those kids doing? Well dressed, which family is it from? I don't think so. Look behind them. Reaching out and pointing at the cross pattern on the back of Haori, the fruit shop owner suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth. Those kids are the gangsters of the Konoha gang. There was an uproar in the crowd. If you were to talk about who is the most famous person in Konoha in recent years, except for the Konoha gang, there is no second in command. Anyone with children at home will not forget the fucking things they did. Really, those brats. They are so arrogant. Lord Hokage doesn't care. His ears and shaking slightly, Inazuka Kiba stroked his nose proudly, we seem to be famous. You just know. He reached out to hold Hinata's chin and raised his chin. Liamong snorted coldly. For a moment, there was silence on both sides of the street. They just need to clean up. The gangsters who entered the venue with high spirits, who ran rampantly and pulled the wind to the stage, ushered in countless eyes. Quartet stands, countless spectators. Hyuga. Inazuka. Nara. Akamichi. A large group of commoners of the clan, who may or may not know each other, looked over. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Those little devils. The chief examiner has changed. Shino, who was making a sound, and then at Mitarashi Anko, who had a dignified expression, and a smile appeared in Lu Meng's heart. Moonlight Hayate will no longer be the chief examiner, but he will definitely be an audience member today, a very necessary audience member. Konoha, embrace change starting today. We're in. Haori, which was raised high, was agitated by the wind, and the two divided teams staggered back and forth. Shimmering. Shino. Shikamaru. The team that formed an assault formation entered the arena and fought head-to-head with the three sisters and brothers of Gaara from Sunagakur village. 6 people, 6 eyes, thunder and lightning. Konoha village kid, you will die miserably today. I don't know if others are miserable, but I know you will definitely not get better. Tit for tat sparked. Inazuka Kiba glared fiercely at Konkuro, and Sunagakur's puppet master's flamboyantly painted square face turned gloomy for a moment. Unlike the two guys who were vindictive when they met, Gaara, who met Liamong, twitched the corners of his mouth, and a trace of vigilance flashed in the dark panda eyes. Tamari, who had been watching the development of the situation, was sweating slightly and put Shikamaru. Looked in amazement. What happened? Did something happen this month? Or, what are you staring at the old lady's chest? The blonde hair tied into four corners fluttered in all directions, and Tamari, the daughter of the fourth-generation Kazekage, stared at Shikamaru angrily. Surprised, Nara's parents were speechless. What did they say? Did they just get distracted? Looking at the smiling eyes cast by the audience in the stands, Shikamaru had the idea of rubbing oil on the soles of his feet. How could this mad woman say such things on such occasions? Chest. His unwilling eyes glanced at Tamari's towering plump, and Shikamaru, who had always thought women were troublesome, would be watching such a place. You bastard, are you still finished? The beauties gritted and rattled, and the big-haired beauties with long legs and crisp breasts hated the bastard in front of them. It's not enough to watch it once. This bastard can't even get his eyes out. He must teach her a lesson in a while. What's in there? Why is it so big? Shikamaru asked subconsciously, who had an IQ of more than 200 and felt that the two balls of meat were unreal. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the surroundings were completely silent. I'm going to kill you. Psychic. Stop. Any grievances will be resolved later. The figure suddenly flashed to the center, grabbing the Samsung fan that was waving. Shiranui Genma's expression was very embarrassing. Shikamaru, who knew that he was asking the wrong question, nodded his toes brightly, his troublesome face full of helplessness. Women are indeed troublesome creatures. What did you say? You have to say what you just said again. Good men don't fight women. You are courting death. The chief examiner standing in the middle had a big head, and when the beautiful Tamari couldn't help but waved her fan, there was a commotion at the entrance of the examination room. Get out of the way, get out of the way. What happened? Those are bulls. The rumbling mad cows passed the crowd and retreated, and saw the people who were rushing towards the mad cows, screaming and pounced on both sides. Some snatched shit, some gnawed the ground, and a big kiba collapsed and kowtowed. Just a few it fell down in the blink of an eye. The gangsters who were watching helplessly shook their heads. That guy again. I knew it. He's not doing well anywhere. 3 people, 3 mouths, 3 pairs of eyes and 3 legs, the gangsters who kicked the mad cow with one kick and kicked back quickly to the sides. In the pile of mad cows, the yellow hair on the buttocks pushed up by the horns has green eyes and white eyes. The eyes are wide like a frog, and the mouth is like a toad, just like a discolored super invincible big fool. They are all looking at the horse. Sakura. Don't call me, I don't know him. Looking around nervously, Haruno Sakura, who was desperately covering her friend's mouth, shrank her head, and when she realized that no one was paying attention to her, she quickly slipped into the arena, and carefully hid behind Shikamaru. It's a pity that some things can't be avoided if you want to hide. Ah, Sakura, you're here too. Where's Sasuke? Uzumaki Naruto, who grabbed his butt and pulled from the horn, took a step and drew a lot of attention. The gangsters who retreated in unison disappeared like a zipper, leaving only the boys and girls facing each other in the arena. Feeling the curious eyes from the surroundings, listening to the roaring scenes that kept coming from her ears, Haruno Sakura, who was running wild with the second personality, slowly pulled up her sleeves. Little. You die for my mother. Bang! A punch hit his cheek, and Naruto Uzumaki, who hit his left cheek into his right cheek, leapt across the arena like a cannonball, rumbled and splashed a lot of smoke. The stand who witnessed the brutal scene with his own eyes stopped talking, and the nervousness replaced the original roar of laughter. This girl is so violent. Are all female ninjas so scary? You must never marry such a daughter-in-law in the future. Whirlpool, vortex, Naruto, people. Sakura, what do you call me? Shaking his head, he struggled out of the cracked walls and ruins. The life of the undead Xiaoqiang is always so tenacious. Haruno Sakura, who was stunned by anger, clenched her fists furiously, cursing furiously in her heart. How dare you say that about me? What does it mean that you can't marry such a daughter-in-law? Is it a disadvantage to marry a woman like me? Even if you want to marry, the old lady still doesn't want to marry. Sasuke will definitely not dislike me. Both anger and beauty, Haruno Sakura, whose pretty face was constantly changing, was really confusing, and the nervous Uzumaki Naruto stared at the clenched fists and patted his chest in fear. That. Boss of boss, here we come. Yan Yuhi's flaming flag fluttered into the arena like the wind. The three little guys slipped and fell in front of them. They fell into a hill-like building blocks. Konohamaru, who was lying on the top, handed over the flagpole with a smile. The next 5 generations of Hokage several characters shine very. Boss, cheer up. He smiled and pulled up his 2 partners and waved his fists. Sarutobi Konohamaru looked around the stand excitedly, and announced in a milky voice, "Our boss is the future Hokage, you should watch it carefully." Quote. Fire Hokage. Where did this idiot come from? That seems to be the grandson of 3 generations of Hokage. Bullshit, really bullshit. The old face turned purple and pressed down on the chair. Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't know what to say. Put it on. The robes that were thrown flying with their hands fluttered out in the sunlight, and Yuhi's shading was as dazzling as a burning flame. Looking at it, many ninjas straightened their eyes. Since it's going to be messy, let's make it a little messier. Liamong patted Konohamaru on the shoulder and looked at Naruto, who caught the robe and looked stupid. This is for me. Of course, this is what you should wear. Liamong, who knew Naruto's character, tugged at Yuri, and the yellow-haired boy was excited when he heard this. No matter how many people there were, he just shook off his clothes and put them on. On the body, the golden hair fluttered, and the robes with Yuhi patterns on the white background bulged, and the Konoha ninjas in Naruto's dress were all stunned. That is. ... Text chapter 40 _ sound in the wind. There was once a man who shined on the battlefield, there was a man who ended the war, there was a man who defeated the monster. He was the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, after Konoha White Fang, the man who was ordered to evade by the ninja world after Konoha White Fang. Heihei168.com. Whenever the dazzling gold flashes, countless ninjas are terrified. The Battle of Shinwu Kunchao became famous, and the Kyubi Nine-Tails attack on the village disappeared. The life of the 4th generation Hokage was a splendid life and a brilliant life. His existence is equal to legend. Fluttering blonde hair and a smile on his face, Namikaze Minato is as cold as winter to his enemies and as warm as spring to his friends. He is the most friendly Hokage in all dynasties, and in his short life, he gave everything for Konoha. Today, in the middle of the Chunin exam venue, people seem to see that eternal golden color again. Uzumaki Naruto Namikaze Minato. 2 unimaginable figures gradually overlapped. Shiranui Genma, with the same footing, the 4 generations of shadow guards looked straight in an instant. Leaning slightly, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in anger. Why didn't you tell them about this? Uzumaki Naruto's identity should be kept secret from anyone, and he should not hide from him. With sharp eyes one after another, one up and one down, the 3-generation-old man closed his eyes in pain and did not give any answer. He has done a lot of bad things in his life, but the Kyubi Nine-Tails attack on the village is a pain in his heart forever. Minato's exhortation before his death, and the concealment after the incident, the hero's son became the incarnation of the demon fox. Compromise. The best thing the 3 generations of Hokage will do in this life is to compromise. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto. He clearly knew the name, but he asked again with a serious tone. Shiranui Genma Lingli's eyes were gentle. The surprised yellow-haired boy nodded. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the chief examiner. Do well, don't embarrass your father. The hand that clapped heavily on the shoulder trembled twice, and tears welled up in Shiranui Genma's eyes. A dull thunder struck his forehead, and Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Father, do you know who my father is? Tell me now. Painfully looked away and turned away, Shiranui Genma understood that it was not yet time to speak up. Seeing the insider retreat, Uzumaki Naruto jumped up unwillingly, and the noisy voice covered the stands. The audience in all directions fell silent, and they all stared at the field with scrutiny, staring at the teenager wearing the 4th-generation Hokage jersey. Konoha, Sunagakure, are all elderly ninjas, all pricked up their ears, waiting for the insider's answer. But none. Shiranui Genma, who was far away, or the same person standing behind the 3 generations of Hokage, did not give an answer. But even if they don't say it, it's enough. Want to know who your father is? I'll tell you later. They don't tell, I tell. Haha laughed and looked around. Liamong violently shook off the yuri that he was wearing, and the 3rd Hokage opened his eyes in an instant, his cloudy eyes like a sword like a sword. You're scared. The sudden question shot at the high platform like a sharp blade, and the Konoha Xiaoqiang who found something wrong all frowned, staring at the arena on and off the stage. Today is different from the past. In this day that attracts the attention of the world, Liamong does not need to fear anyone. If you want to make trouble, make the fun even bigger. Senior Sarutobi, I seem to have missed something. The footsteps came from the Crooked Foot, and the 4th generation of Kazekage, wearing a black scarf, appeared in a deep voice. Hearing the words, Senior, that he was biting hard on, the 3-generation-old man laughed. It's been a long journey, it's really hard for you. Where is it? It's better to hold it here. The 4 generations of Kazekage sat down on the back chair, and the tone of the 4th generation Kazekage was very playful. Although your face is still very healthy, if you have to travel long distances, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it, or it would be great to decide on candidates for the 5 generations earlier, so as not to cause any trouble in the future. Quote. Ha ha ha, the old man can work for another 5 years. The candidate is not in a hurry. You have to hurry up, don't suddenly disappear like the 3rd generation. Hee, I don't have to worry about my safety, Senior. You have to take care of QB, 9 Tails, if there is another attack on the village. Kazekage, please rest assured, QB, 9 Tails, is very quiet now. I heard that you have been unable to take Shukaku. Should Konoha send someone to help? Fire. Wind. Konoha. Sunagakure. When the big guy was shrouded in a suppressed atmosphere, another person walked into the entrance of the examination room. His silent eyes, and his arms around him showed endless arrogance. Hyuga Neji. Countless glances flashed across the brush, and the eldest young master from the Hyuga branch walked into the venue with his head held high and his chest raised. Hanabi, look carefully, he is by far the best heir to the Hyuga Tenin bloodline, and the Hyuga family is a rare genius in a century. Okay, father. The young face flashed a calmness that did not match her age, and the second daughter of main clan, who was sitting next to Hyuga Hiyashi, widened her eyes. One up and one down, 3 beams of eyes converged, and Neji's heart flashed bursts of anger and unwillingness. Today, he will also do something. Even if he can't resist in this life, he has to correct his father's name. This is the responsibility of being a son of man. The time is up, the candidates will draw lots. The eyes full of murderous intent suddenly shot to the opposite side, and Lu Meng looked at Neji as if he was looking at the dead. The eldest young master of the Hyuga branch snorted coldly, and stepped forward without fear, and the two looked at each other 3 steps apart. Intense murderous intent permeated the arena, and the Hyuga patriarch in the stands frowned. In exchange, you can take Hinata, but you must not take Neji's life during the exam. Thinking of the previously reached conditions, Hyuga Hiyashi's heart gradually sank. Will this kid abide by the agreement? Hanabi, call your sister over. Hyuga Hiyashi turned his gaze to the north stand just in case he was looking for Hinata. Hanabi, who was a little surprised, was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly, got up and left, and was brought to Hinata by 2 guards. Lord Father told you to come over. Her sister raised her head without even shouting, and Hanabi, who was 5 years younger, was triumphant. Nah, the speechless Hinata was about to get up, and a slender hand pressed her shoulder. Sit down, with my sister here, no one can force you. Your Excellency Anko, this is your father's order. You have no right to hinder the family affairs of the Hyuga family. He turned his eyes. Hyuga Hanabi, and Matsuri made a killing move. Mitarashi Anko squinted his bright eyes with a grin, smiled, laughed, and suddenly shook off his robe. Bang. Boom. With 2 beeps, the 2 guards of Hyuga's house flew out. As I said, Hinata is sitting here today. The strength is not as good as others, so don't say it hard. Look back at the footprints printed on the guard's chest. Hyuga Hanabi smiled convulsively. Since Anko insists, then sit here, my sister, and I will, truthfully, report to my father. Hanabi whispered softly without replying, and the little girl who hummed the trash slowly disappeared into the distance. Hinata stretched out his hand in despair, looking at Anko with great distress. Don't take them into account, your surname will be Kuchiki in the future. Sister, shyly lowered her head and twisted her fingers, and Hinata's uneasy heart calmed down a little. The wind rose, the clouds moved, and the 9 candidates stood around the camera obscura. The anxious Sakura and Naruto couldn't stop watching. Sasuke, why hasn't Sasuke come yet? Master Examiner. 9 people are no different from 10 people drawing lots. Draw lots first, he'll be fine. Shiranui Genma was extremely tolerant of Naruto, with Chinban in his mouth trembling up and down. Hearing this answer, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto stopped talking. A few wisps of strong wind wrapped around the green leaves flying, and Liamong was the first to stretch out his hand and slap the ball of paper directly on the ground. The pitch-black number 1 was very eye-catching. I'm coming too. Unwilling to lag behind, he slapped. Uzumaki Naruto took out a note and slowly unfolded it. The eye-catching number 5 settled down. As long as it's not the boss, everyone else hums. You guys have to be careful, I'm the future Hokage-sama. The banner behind him fluttered in the wind, and Uzumaki Naruto picked up his arms. This kid. Kill him. I'll call him pretty soon. With fury in their hearts, they stretched out their hands. Except for Haruno Sakura, everyone else entered the camera obscura one after another, unfolded their bars and watched, and immediately passed the battle table to the stands. The time is not big, so Hokage will draw out the form and issue it again. Shiranui Genma glanced at the battle table that was passed back, and frowned secretly. What do the 3 generations want to do with this arrangement? Hatake Lemons 1 Abarame Shino. Hyuga Neji 2 Konkuro 9. Nara Shikamaru 3 Tamari 8. Sakura 4 Uchiha Sasuke 7. Uzumaki Naruto 5 Gaara 6. Face to face, with the ninja world's usual fighting style, is it for the children of the Hyuga family. At Hyuga Neji, who is stinking, Shiranui Genma sneered and raised 1,000 copies. I announce that the 3rd final of the Chunin exam will be conducted by Hatake. The examiner, did you mispronounce your name? This young master is now surnamed Kuimu. He shouted loudly without saying a word, and his sarcastic voice caused an uproar in the audience. Kakashi. Dozens of eyes turned to the head of the Hatake family, and the gloomy face of the copy ninja was no different from that of the stinky water ditch. This kid is so amazing that he even tore his face in public, doesn't he know what to cover up? Or cough, since you insist. Shiranui Genma drew his attention back after biting Chinban and coughing twice. In the first game, Kuchiki Liamong vs. Abarame Shino. I abstain.